Best Ball Breakfast, 4 Best Ball Mania drafts on Underdog Fantasy as we chase that $2 million top prize. And we got lots to discuss today. We have injury fallout, Luther Burden out for a month. We got rookies generating buzz, all of that good stuff. And we also have the usual lineup. We got the full crew here today. I'm going to do a solo draft at the start. We'll have Adam Levitan from Establish the Run at 11 a.m. Eastern, the defending champ, Sam Sherman, at noon, and of course, Pat Kerrane, my ship chasing sidekick, there at 1 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pete. This is Best Ball Breakfast. Let's do it.
Welcome to hot Best Ball summer. You slurp that suspension dipperino, honey?
Easy to click on Rachaad White when it's all site credits.
Exodia.
Put the puppy in the bag, bro. Try to grow the goddamn game.
The game is beatable, folks.
Slap King Summer, bitches.
7,000 hours of commercial-free Best Ball drafts starts now.
All right. How are we doing? You know what? Sometimes we wait for the pleasantries. Today, we're just getting right into the draft. We are in the draft. We need one more here for a Best Ball Mania draft, and we will be off to the races. This is my 109th Best Ball Mania draft. And what do we have here today? The 106, the perfect spot to do a little value hounding here this morning. Let's make sure our solver is all good to go over here. Looks like it is. Let's make sure our draft board is fully visible. Get all the housekeeping in order here, and then we can figure out what do we do with Luther Burden. We're not taking Luther Burden at pick 43 in the middle of the 4th. Does Luther Burden fall to pick 54? I doubt it. I doubt it. The Slappies will hold the line, right? They're not going to capitulate on Luther Burden just because he has a little groin injury that's going to keep him out a month. No, there's no way. There is no way. GMs, one game in the books indeed. Carson Beck looking like a future Hall of Famer himself. Congrats to Carson Beck. Congrats to our Michael Wilson, Trey McBride, Jeremiah Love, and yeah, I suppose Marvin Harrison shares. I feel like we were all very worried about Carson Beck and what that meant late season. If Carson Beck is even decent, are we just back to ripping it in on these Cardinals? I'm going to keep ripping it in on JSN here. I am at, what's my exposure on JSN? 9%, but he falls to 106 here as Christian McCaffrey goes ahead at 105. And we will begin our 109th Best Ball Mania draft with a JSN share. Before I catch up on the chat here, let's get right to the coffee pour. I mean, Game Tight, he's ready for it. I'm ready for it with our new Vassilaros and Sons coffee sponsorship. As always, you guys can get 25% off your first order and free shipping with promo code Pete at Vassilaros and Sons Coffee. The link is down below. We will also be doing a couple of giveaways today, so stay in the chat. I will let you guys know when to drop the hashtag, and the winner can get a free bag of coffee compliments of Vassilaros and Sons. But let's get to it. The now sponsored coffee pour. There it is. Sorry for the clinks there. A couple coffee carafe clinks. It is what it is. Gabe says, had 2 kids' birthday parties, a cookout, an adult birthday party, and a baptism all this weekend. I need this coffee pour more than ever. Sounds like a nice weekend. GMs, arf. Greg's excited about real training camp news. I know, man. We got some legit stuff coming down the pipeline. And unfortunately, a bunch of those injuries. I logged online, it felt like Saturday or Sunday, and my entire timeline was just every wide receiver is hurt. It seems like only the Burden one is of real concern right now, but we shall see. Minnesota Mike says Pete is locked in this morning. I do feel locked in this morning. I'm even standing up. I got the standing desk going. I feel like I've had a streak of Best Ball Breakfast shows where I've just been sitting down. I said, no, it's go time. We're locked in. We have Wednesday Best Ball Breakfast shows now as well. I'm working on finishing that lineup for this week. So if you guys want more best ball breakfast, look at this exposures. Look at my JSN exposures, 8.3% with every one of these combos. Every one of these combos. Let's, we can do the big dog. I don't know how I have perfectly spread out my JSN exposure, but I have managed to do so. But we're going to start big dog in JSN here. Ryan says, how far should Rome move up with the Burden injury? That's a good question. To me, it's more like I want a discount on Burden, more so that I'm ready to vault Rome up. But I think you could, if you wanted to tell me you want to nudge him a little bit, he hasn't been a priority target for me. Rome, he goes at 59.1. You know, I prefer Christian Watson to him. I've been taking Carnell Tate over him. I mean, Lord knows we got to take Parker Washington over him. So I don't know, man. I don't know where you can really move Rome up to. I think I would just kind of hold pat on where you were drafting Rome. To me, like the Rome stuff is less about burden and it's more just, is Rome good? You know, because I think the whole offense, if it remains concentrated with Burden, Loveland, Rome, I think all of those guys can eat if they're good. Like I don't find the Rome and Burden bets to be mutually exclusive. So to me, it's like you're either in on Rome because you believe in the talent, or you're kind of out on him and the Burden stuff doesn't really affect it. That's at least how I'm kind of thinking about it. Let's see what we did last time. We had a JSN Derrick Henry team, and compliments to the solver here. I can filter down to my teams that have both of those guys on it. I have done Josh Jacobs on one of those teams and Ladd McConkey on one of those teams. Can we get one of these Cardinals to continue to fall? Jeremiah and Love, Trey McBride. Love finally goes at 3-4. I will happily take Trey McBride here. I will happily take Trey McBride. This is like a tier break for me. When we go from McBride down to Olave, Egbuka, Kerrane, Ladd, etc., let's lock up Trey McBride here. Trey McBride at 30 feels like a gift, especially with the recent information that maybe Carson Beck isn't awful. I thought at the end of ship chasing on last Wednesday, we were going through some of our exposures that we were going to cave on, some of them that we were going to continue fading, but Jacob and Pat had a good conversation about Trey McBride there. And I think Pat made a really good case of why we should continue to bet on the Trey McBride profile. Just an elite target earner at every step of the way, finally scores touchdowns last year. And he's like cheaper. It's a weird thing. And I get why it was happening because of the quarterback play. But at this point, I think we should be getting more and more confident that McBride is a jam in the middle of the third. It's hard to get elite tight ends with his track record at these prices. We generally have to pay the Brock Bowers price for it here. So I'll take the McBride discount. Did I do any Frenchie elims over the weekend? I did not. I did a big eliminator Friday night. There was a very fun stream on Friday night. Alex Cups hosted a big dog draft with Kurt Rambis and Tony Squares, three legends from So You Think You Can Tout. Incredibly entertaining stream. And after the big dog draft, I coaxed them into doing a big eliminator. So go check out that stream over on Alex Cups' YouTube channel. Very, very entertaining. I've started to click some Parker Washington. I talked about it on Ship Chasing. I don't know if I can get there in the 5th round, but anytime I see that man in the 6th, I'm just going to start clicking. Maybe even late 5th. I'm not taking him over Christian Watson, but I am capitulating to the goddamn gong beat. All right. I'm capitulating to an extent. I still have to stand for something, which is I'm not taking him over Christian Watson and some of those other guys in the middle of the 5th. But yes, I'll start to sprinkle in. I'll start to sprinkle, just a sprinkle of Parker Washington. I'll get to my 4% exposure blanket. Blizzy, are your traditional Deposit Kingdom Guillotine Leagues returning? Well, we are going to have the official Deposit Kingdom Guillotine League with Tony Square. So yeah, stay tuned for that. But yes, there will be lots of opportunities. for people to get in that league. We're going to have multiple slots available, and we'll have more details for that as we enter the heart of draft season. Dane says, can you make sure we can see the current pick? Just trying to finish a game of CSGO and not miss a pick. This is a very specific request for us to all accommodate you while you finish a video game, Dane. And I just auto-drafted Colston Loveland because I got distracted. Hope it's the year of elite tight end, folks. Hope it's the year of elite tight end. Thank you to producer Mark. Pete, you autoed Loveland. I was here marveling at Dane asking me to accommodate him while he played a video game. Meanwhile, I needed to accommodate myself while I did a Best Ball Mania draft. But let's spin zone this. Luther Burden out a month. Forget about moving up Rome Odunze. We should be moving up Colston Loveland. I will say I have done the Trey McBride in Brock Bowers. I do not believe I have done the Trey McBride and Colston Loveland. Let me see here. Yeah, I have not done Trey McBride and Colston Loveland. We're going to make this work, folks. We did it was 2 weeks ago. We did the McBride Bowers team. Let's battle. Let's go to battle here. Can I have JMO here? I'll take JMO. Give me JMO. No, JMO goes. What do we want to do? Do we want to do Devontae? We could grab a Judkins share. Who have I been pairing Derrick Henry with? Let's just do the Devontae thing. I mean, I've had a rule that when Devontae Adams is available in the middle of the sixth, I take him. I guess I will keep that rule. Let's go look at the board and see who I would have selected had I been paying attention. Colston Loveland comes off the board. Evans, Tootin, Burden. There's your Burden price. Burden falls to 40 or to 46, a whopping 2 spots past ADP. So much for that Burden discount. Who would I have taken here? Honestly, maybe Scatabo, I guess. I guess I'd take Scatabo. There isn't really a great pick here. Watch me continue to cope in spin zone. This Loveland pick is actually being the pick I would have made. A lot of the wide receivers who have been slipping, they went early fourth here. Ted Arroyo often falls to mid fourth. Garrett Wilson often falls there. I have now spun zoned myself into saying this was the correct pick. There you go. Parker Washington, watch pick 58. Pick 58. That's fine there. I think that's the spot. Christian Watson off the board, whatever. You can take Parker Washington over DJ Moore, sure. Over Rome, sure. Jadarian Price. That feels fine. Al Boogie says Parker goes in the fourth. I've seen it because I did it. That just feels unnecessary. If you can get him at 9 or 10 different spots in the fifth round, why would you take him in the fourth? That feels unnecessary. Push the plane? No way. I landed the plane on the Bowers McBride one 2 weeks ago. You don't think I'm going to land it on a McBride Loveland? See, Ollie's on board with my spin zone. This isn't even bad. Loveland could definitely outscore the guys in this range. Now we're talking. There are no mistakes. Just happy accidents, folks. Derrick Henry, JSN, Devontae Adams, Trey McBride, Colston Loveland. I'm going to gray out this tight end tab. I don't need to see it the rest of the way. I don't need to see it. So we are firmly in quarterback range here. There are so many quarterbacks available. None of them are stacked up for me. I do think getting a running back here makes sense. I've been doing a ton of Ramondre. Let's do a little Jalen Warren here. I have 16.7% Ramondre, 15.7% Ramondre, and I believe it was 10% Warren. So let's balance that a bit. We now have the famous 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 2 tight end start. And we'll see if we can get a quarterback to come back. I wasn't going to force the Caleb pick there. Caleb at pick 67, ahead of May, ahead of Daniels, ahead of Hurts. I can't do that. Wow. What do we got going in the chat this morning? How many shares of Zach Wilson this year? I have not heard. That's the first time I've heard that name this year. Zach Wilson. Oh, Zach Wilson's on New Orleans. Okay. Signed with the Saints 5 months ago. There you go. You learn something new every day. Yeah, this is a good note here. The Laremy Tunsil injury. I know that I believe it was Dwayne over in our FantasyLife Slack has made a couple of adjustments to the Commanders' offense because of that injury. That is certainly a buzzkill. All right, we are back on the clock here. Makai Lemon goes. This is definitely wide receiver range for me. Do we capitulate to big QJ? Do we keep doing Jaden Reed? I like some Jaden Reed here. Let's do Jaden Reed. I'm going to go ahead and download updated ETR ranks here for us as well, just to make sure we're capturing what they have been updating over there. As always, guys, you can see the solver combo tool here as I was able to figure out how many Colson Loveland, Trey McBride teams I have, as I can figure out who I have paired with JSN and Henry starts in my drafts. This combo tool, very helpful as you navigate this late window drafting period when you have what I assume are hundreds of teams under your belt. You can get 20% off the solver with promo code Pete. Get your coffee, get your solver. You'll be good to go. The team so far here, we have the 2 running backs, Derrick Henry and Jaylen Warren. We got the 3 wide receivers, JSN, Devontae Adams, Jaden Reed. We got the 2 tight ends. Yes, you heard me correctly. The 2 tight ends, Trey McBride and Colston Loveland. I honestly don't know who. I think I probably would have taken Scatabo there. Would have been my pick, but I'm good with it. I'll tell you this too. I was doing a few puppy drafts, fast puppy drafts over the weekend, just like a couple cardio club ones. And what I've been doing is just taking the top pick based off ADP for like the first 4 to 5 rounds. Outside of, if there's a guy who's falling because of injury news, I won't take him. And then just building the best possible version of that team based on ADP. And I really like how those squads turn out, of just being pretty player take agnostic through the top 50 picks and then building the best version of that team. Derrick Henry, Jaylen Warren, JSN, Devontae Adams, Jaden Reed, Trey McBride, Colston Loveland. Could definitely make the case for either wide receivers or running backs here. Josh Downs goes. Alec Pierce is sliding. I like a lot of guys in this range. I haven't been getting as much Corum as I want. I'm interested in him. Corum goes. So there goes that. We could do another running back here and then see. Alec Pierce Alec Pierce has like not even been practicing. That's concerning. Let's do Chris Godwin. The reports continue to be really positive on Chris Godwin. They say he's got his full explosion back. I'm going to continue to draft Godwin. I'm going to continue to draft Kittle, especially on a team like this where I am catching up at wide receiver. We also need some cheap quarterback outs because we are going to have to push quarterback in a build like this. So we now have Baker with Godwin. We can entertain Jordan Love with Reed. We can entertain Stafford with Adams, Darnold with JSN, Rodgers with Warren. So we have a decent amount of quarterback outs here as we try to dig out of this hole with the double tight end start. The bye week bros are here. Yes, I have 3 wide receivers with week 11 buys. Guess what? I'm going to end up with like 8 of them. So we shall survive. Man, the Alec Pierce stuff, like, I don't know if I can afford Alec Pierce on a team like this. Maybe I can. Give us another quarterback out in Daniel Jones. I mean, the Alec Pierce news hasn't been great. He does finally go there at 101. I think I was going to capitulate there. I think this is where we get our first quarterback. Let's grab Stafford. We can grab Stafford with Davante Adams. We had, let's see, Charles asking me my favorite coffee from the new sponsor. So here's some of the options here. I've just been doing the New York City Classic coffee here. They also have the bold coffee, the French roast. I want to try the bold next, just because I don't mind the darker roast. They have the French roast, Italian roast, the Brazilian single origin, the Colombian, and of course the decaf for the real wet blankets out there. But yeah, I'll drop this in the chat. Like I said, 25% off with promo code Pete, and you get free shipping. That's on your first order there. Chase is ready for a night bash, going to try to get back on. Yeah, thank you for that reminder. I'm actually going to make a note of this right now. Night bash. We will schedule a night bash one of these days. Maybe next week. Is it next week? One of these weeks, I'm going to be traveling on Thursday. Maybe we do like a night randomizer, night bash on Wednesday before. I'll look into that. All right, let's regroup on this team. We got a 1-2-4-2 going. JSN, Derrick Henry. Then we had the infamous double tight end tap. Trey McBride, Colson Loveland came back with Davante Adams in the 5th, Jaylen Warren in the 6th. Grabbed a couple of wide receivers, Jaden Reed and Godwin in the 7th and 8th, and then got our first quarterback there, Matthew Stafford. I think I could have taken another wide receiver, running back there, and push quarterback a bit more, but just want to have the flexibility there. And based on some of the running backs that are still lingering here, I don't feel awful about that. Bill went at pick 97. Are we in a new era here where Bill is going to be a top 100 pick? This is definitely going to be a running back click for us here. Jordan Mason or Rachaad White. See what League of Items does here. This wide receiver tier is pretty flat. He goes Jordan Mason. We can do Rachaad White on this team. They're going to need Rachaad White to pass protect a lot more. Is that the ball knower take? No Tunsil. You need more Rachaad White in there to pass protect. We'll take him 4 picks past ADP. We also have Godwin, so I think this puts, Baker firmly on the radar now for this team. Michael ordered the bold coffee. There you go. Greg, are you doing Wednesday BBB every week? Yes, every week. Cups will be our regular guest to kick things off at 10 a.m. I'm still working on booking a couple guests, but Chad Candles will also be one of our guests on Wednesday. So yes, every Wednesday from now until the start of the season, we will have Wednesday Best Ball Breakfast shows. The Monday shows will always have the same block: Kerrane, Levitan, Sam, and then I'm going to rotate the guests on Wednesday outside of Cups. Or So You Think You Can Tout Champ, who will be joining me in the opening slot for every Wednesday Best Ball Breakfast. One quarterback, 3 running backs, 4 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. We're trying to pull off this double tight end experiment here with Trey McBride and Colston Loveland. Let's see. Charles had another good question. In the past week, what player are you now clicking on a lot that you weren't before? I mean, I guess I wouldn't say I've been clicking Parker Washington a lot. That's certainly someone that I'm trying to mix into my portfolio more. Let me think about that again here, and I will let you know. I think this pick has to be Baker for me here. Baker, slightly past ADP. I have Godwin. Why did I say I still had Rachaad White in my mind as if he was on the Bucs? Why did I say I had Rachaad White and Godwin on the same team? But I do need another quarterback here. Casey Concepcion is a nice value here, but let's just lock up the stack. It'll give us more flexibility. The Casey Concepcion stuff is interesting in that is the market now knocking him because we're convinced that Denzel Boston is the rookie Browns wide receiver you want. I mean, Boston's having an awesome camp. I will say a lot of these rookies, and I'm even going to write about them in the Fantasy Life newsletter tomorrow, the ones that are having really good buzzy camps, Denzel Boston, Jacoby Lane, Caleb Douglas a bit, Ted Hurst. All of these are like big-bodied guys who make contested catches, who make highlight catches. They're the type of guys who look really good in training camp, which I think is just kind of an interesting, why is that? Why do all the buzzy rookie wide receivers have a very similar archetype? And we're not hearing about the route technicians or whatever. So I'd just be a little careful with it. But that said, I do think similar to like the Bird and Rome thing we were discussing, I think you can push up Boston, have a little extra confidence, but I don't think it has to be mutually exclusive with KC Concepcion. Concepcion's having a good camp as well. It's just his highlights haven't made its way to X in the same way Boston's has. All right, this is a spot here where I need to be looking at running back or wide receiver. Most likely wide receiver. We have Henry, Warren, Rachaad White. I don't love the Tracy and Marks here, so we're likely looking at one of these wide receivers. We could do the Boston thing. Man, Boston flipping Omar Cooper in ADP. Man, I don't know about that. Tracy is the faller here a little bit. I do wonder if I'd like my team more if I just grab another running back here. Let's do the Tyrone Tracy thing. I do not have much of him at all. 2.2%. Let's grab a fourth running back here. This is like the compounding the decision. I passed on Scatabo to auto draft Colston Loveland. Let's take Tyrone Tracy here as my running back 4. To me, Tyrone Tracy is just kind of an expensive handcuff. You know, one of those guys you compare him to Bigsby. Like what is the difference between Bigsby and Tracy, except that Bigsby is going to be behind a much better offensive line and in a much better offensive environment. I think we're still paying a little bit of the, Scatabo's definitely going to get hurt tax when you click Tracy at 139. And yet I think I'm fine mixing in a little Tracy there. I can't even call it a treat. It doesn't feel like a treat. It doesn't even feel like eating your vegetables either. I don't know how I can best describe clicking Tyrone Tracy there. Indwell says, I like Hurst because I'm heavily fading Godwin. That thesis doesn't make sense to me. Those guys play almost as different of positions as you could find within the wide receiver grouping. I mean, if Hurst wins, he's going to be the X on the outside replacing Jalen McMillan. That's the if then. Like, you either want to be a Jalen McMillan guy or you want to be a Ted Hurst guy. Chris Godwin is going to play in the slot. Like, he's going to have that role. To me, these wide receivers can both succeed. Like, if Baker stays healthy, if Godwin stays healthy, if Hurst, like all of those guys can succeed. It's not an if then for Hurst and Godwin. It'd be like saying, I'm not taking, I'm not taking JMO because I take Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's like both of those guys can succeed there. What do I want to do here? Omar Cooper slides. I'm willing to buy this. I know there's been like a little bit of bearish reporting, but I need more wide receivers here. I will take the upside swing on Omar Cooper. I could have tacked on Darnold as a third quarterback there as well. But with Rodgers here, with Geno, I think going cheaper at QB3 makes sense because I just need to build out this wide receiver room. Taking Tracy is like clipping your nails. That is a very good comp. Thank you for helping me find it. It's something you have to do once every 2.5 weeks. Once every 3 weeks, you got to clip your nails. Once every 3 weeks, you got to click Tyrone Tracy in a draft. It's just a rule. Lending your neighbor eggs is picking up Tracy. The neighbor comes over, knocks on the door. Does that actually happen to anyone anymore? Like, I truly remember when I was a kid, in either my mom going to the neighbor's house or the neighbor coming to our house and be like, hey, I'm making cookies and I need some sugar or something. Does that still happen? When was the last time one of your neighbors knocked on your door? I just don't think it exists in the Amazon Prime era anymore. I think there was a distinction because now you just Amazon Prime it. It's going to be there in 3 hours. But I miss those days. Knock, knock, knock. I'm making cookies. Can I have some sugar, please? You borrow shit from your neighbors all the time. That's just weird, dude. At some point, just get your shit together and stock your cupboard with the things you need. You can't be asking your neighbor all the time. This is like an in case of an emergency. Oh, and now I'm here staring at, man, do I do McMillan? God, do I find the price on McMillan here? I'm just going to grab Rodgers. I want the third quarterback on this team. I'd rather select Hurst than McMillan at this point. If McMillan comes all the way back, I'll do it again. But you guys know, I need another excuse to draft Jeremy Bernard. Hence Aaron Rodgers with Jalen Warren. Here's the team so far. Matthew Stafford, Baker Mayfield, Aaron Rodgers. Oof. What am I going to... Is that quarterback room going to average like 3.3 combined rushing yards per game across Stafford, Baker, and Rodgers? Derrick Henry, Jalen Warren, Rachaad White, Tyrone Tracy. I do not like this team that I've drafted. This team is not fun. We are gritting our teeth and getting through it, but this is not a fun team. JS said Devontae Adams, Jaden Reed, Chris Godwin, Omar Cooper. I guess Trey McBride and Colson Loveland is fun. Sure. All right, Jalen McMillan goes at 167. Let's do a price check on some other buzzy guys. We mentioned Boston goes 141. Jaden Blue up to 166. Jeez. It's not even that I think that's bad. I miss the days where Jaden Blue was cheaper. Might be time for us to... With all of these running backs flying off the shelves, I mean, man, I wanted Dylan Sampson too. I guess we could do a Sean Tucker on a Baker team. Caleb over Warren and the team looks a little better. Brother, have you seen my running backs? Jalen Warren's my RB2, and you wanted me to overpay for Caleb Williams? I'm tilting. I need wide receivers here. I do like Dontayvion Wicks a lot. I just continue to click Dontayvion Wicks in this range. I think Dontayvion Wicks just has a lot of outs at this point. You have all the wide receivers are banged up. Like both Devontae and Lemon are dealing with, I believe, hamstrings. Lemon could be slow played, even when healthy. Like Wicks should be the guy, I think, early on in 2 wide receiver sets with Smith. I think he can spike late even when those rookies really come along. And if they redshirt Stowers and they're just playing 11 and they have a lot of 3 wide receiver sets, like Wicks is going to be out there. To me, he's just one of the stronger late round wide receiver clicks. A lot of these guys I'm pretty much stacking exclusive with. Like, okay, Jacoby Lane goes 177 here. I mean, I don't think that's bad, but a lot of these guys I'm almost primarily just stacking up. But Wicks is a guy I'll take as just a one-off there. All right, is it the time in the program where we take Jeremy Bernard? I mean, we need a wide receiver. We also need running backs. My God. What are we doing here? This running back room is going to be trash. But what do you want me to do? Take Ray Davis right now? I mean, I could. I probably actually should. But I can't help myself. Jeremy Bernard, come on down. I can't help myself with Jeremy Bernard on a Rodgers team. We're going to have to take 2. We can do 2 running back darts. God, I hate this team. This one's awful. JSN, Derrick Henry, Trey McBride, Colston Loveland, Devontae Adams, Jalen Warren, Jaden Reed, Chris Godwin, Matthew Stafford, Rachaad White, Baker Mayfield, Tyrone Tracy, Omar Cooper, Aaron Rodgers, Dontayvion Wicks, Jeremy Bernard. Oh, man. The Jeremy pick was bad. I should have taken Ray Davis because I could have taken Ted Hurst later. This is just all bad. This is all bad. Kolar could put this team over the top. It's a good thing I'm going to be drafting teams all week because this was not the way to start things off. The real question is, I would really like to take Ted Hurst, and I just don't know if I can justify it on this squad. These are the available running backs, guys. Emmett Johnson, Nicholas Singleton. Singleton has been getting a little buzz. He is one of the few guys I've been working in late. I probably need to take Singleton here. I think Vidal is fine as a late round guy. I do think he's going to have a role. What's the latest on Jordan James? When's he supposed to be back? And then, God, you guys are just brutal in this draft today. Just absolutely brutal. I could still do the Holani thing. We can do the Keenan thing. God. I'm just going to take Ted Hurt. Like, I'm just tilting so much. Yes, Keenan's a good pick too, guys. I'm there, but I have Baker. I passed on McMillan. Let's get this double stack with Hurst and Godwin. And then we will crowdsource a running back pick. These are the best available running backs right now for our running back 5. You guys want Emmett? You guys want Seth McGowan? Relax with Eli. Where is all this McGowan buzz coming from? Have I missed a good report here? Is it because I've seen some anti DJ Giddens stuff? At risk of accidentally pulling up porn, let me search Seth McGowan on the X. Watch, this is what I'll do too. We'll read a bunch of Seth McGowan buzz and then someone will take him in 2 picks before us. So this will be fun. Let's see what Zane is saying. McGowan versus DJ Giddens. McGowan continually sounds like he's the better fit for the RB2 role right away. Does not believe RB2 will receive many touches if JT is healthy. Yeah. I mean, I'm open to the McGowan thesis. I mean, DJ Giddens has had multiple chances to kind of establish himself as the clear RB2 in this backfield and has never done it. It does not feel like the team feels very confident in him. But even after a season in which Taylor never appeared on the injury report, McGowan would come in handy in keeping Taylor fresh. The rookie 7th round pick has emerged as Indy's top backup running back thanks to his bruising running style and soft hands out of the backfield. All right. I'm coming around on this, guys. I'm coming around. Any other votes here? All right. You guys want Seth McGowan? Here you go. I believe this is my first Seth McGowan share of the year. Yep. This is how you save this team, Seth McGowan. Unbelievable. I'm supposed to be drafting progressively better teams as the offseason goes on. This feels like a real step back, guys. And it's not. It's almost entirely my fault. But just the fact that we had to consider Seth McGowan, I think, speaks a lot to what I did in this draft room. Heard you were capitulating to the P-Wash drumbeat, says Davis. I'm like, you know what it is? It's really like it's a hypothetical capitulation because I say that and then I still don't ever click him. I need the perfect Goldilocks zone to select Parker Washington. I need like pick 5-11, and then I need certain players to be off the board. And then I'm willing to cave and capitulate. That running back room is tough. Tell me about it, brother. I want to send. If Underdog had a button where they allowed you to just like remove a team from your portfolio, Underdog gives you one mulligan on a draft. This might be the Best Ball Mania one I use my mulligan on. Ugh. I was so excited to draft this morning. I was so ready to rock. Tight end ×2 is what we're going to name this one. All right, let's recap this. Let's see how bad it is. Let's also get the solver report up here. Maybe the solver report can talk me off the ledge. I doubt it though. I really doubt it. This was bad. This was bad. They can't all be great, right? Look at this. Oh my God. Awful ADP value. Awful draft capital value. At least we got that Rams Tampa Bay Week 17 game. All right, here's the team audio, listeners. I'd rather just move on, but I owe it to you guys. I owe you a recap of this team. Matthew Stafford, Baker Mayfield, Aaron Rodgers. Quite literally the least athletic quarterback room you could probably put together. Fine, Baker has a little juice. A little. Derrick Henry, Jalen Warren, Rachaad White, Tyrone Tracy, Seth McGowan. This has to be not only my least favorite running back room I've ever drafted, it has to be the worst. Derrick Henry, Jalen Warren, Rachaad White, Tyrone Tracy, Seth McGowan. This feels like one of those old school best ball breakfast drafts where you can't get a single target that you like, and you're just left with scraps, with Seth McGowan's. The wide receiver room's fine. JSN, Devontae, Jaden Reed, Chris Godwin, Omar Cooper, Dontayvion Wicks, Jeremy Bernard, Ted Hurst. I actually like that wide receiver room. And I like the tight ends. I mean, how could you not? How could you not like Trey McBride and Colston Loveland? So it really is just the top half of this thing. It really is just the running backs. If we're just being completely honest, Stafford can cook, Baker can cook, Rodgers is going to be fine. It's this running back room. What happened? What happened here? Derrick Henry, Jalen Warren, Rachaad White, Tyrone Tracy, Seth McGowan. I don't know, guys. I'm going to blame you. I'm going to blame the people in this room who didn't let me get any of the fun clicks. Thank you, A. Riddle. I blame Counter-Strike for this team. It all went downhill. It all went downhill when, was it Dane? Where is he here? Yeah. It was when Dane started talking about Counter-Strike. Thank you for writing out Counter-Strike too, because for a hot second, I forgot what the CS and CSGO meant. We're at the point where we're reviewing this team. Does Rachaad White make the roster? Oh my God. I appreciate this comment from Joe. He says they can't all be winners. Otherwise, we'd only draft one best ball team. How epic would that be? Everyone's allowed to draft one best ball team. You got to make it count. Basically, every content creator would be forced to do the best ball bash because you would have to bring people up on camera to draft their one best ball team because you can't blow your load on your one team. I'd have to save it for like August 30th. And it just have to be a parade of people coming through. Who wants to draft their one best ball team? Be awful for the best ball ecosystem. There's no more 150 max. One best ball team per year. Steve says, where did JCM go in the draft? We looked at it. He went top 100. He went right here. Pick 97. Pick 97. Where did Keaton Mitchell go in this draft? Keaton Mitchell went at pick 123. Honestly, like, it really is just Dane who pissed me off today. Dane, okay, so Dane's in here. He's like, yeah, I'm playing Counter-Strike. Then he takes Luther Burden like 1.5 picks past ADP, even though the guy's out for Lord knows how long. Like, can't we just see where Luther Burden goes without a slappy? He then has to take Caleb Williams at 75. Got to do it. Then takes Keaton Mitchell. Then takes Jaden Blue. Got to take every player 6 picks ahead of ADP. These slaps, man. Speaking of slaps, Hambone Slappy says McGowan saved the team, honestly. This is what happened. This is a round 18. This is what round 18 looks like right now. Michael Mayer, David Njoku, Mike Gesicki, Cooper Kupp, Keenan Allen, Carson Beck, Seth McGowan, Mason Taylor, Eli Stowers, Tyquan Thornton, Kavonte Turpin, and Cyrus Allen. That is the state of the 18th round on Underdog right now. DFS Honest says, just got news that I have to have 5 teeth removed. GM. Do you mind expanding on that? This show has a long history of dentist anecdotes. I think was it Brandon Merchant who revealed that he would listen to Best Ball Breakfast while getting his teeth cleaned at the dentist. Why do you have to get 5 teeth removed, sir? Have you not been brushing your teeth? With Luther Burden expected to miss a month, what's the fair price for him? So, like, should we really be drafting Luther Burden ahead of Jameson Williams right now? I feel like mid-5th is a fair price for Luther Burden. He should drop, but he will not. He will not drop enough. The slaps are not going to let Luther Burden drop enough. It just won't happen. There's a few of these players in the pool that it just does not matter. Like, we could, Luther Burden could have a leg amputated and someone would be like, I don't know, man. I think one-legged Luther Burden's better than Alec Pierce. Aaron says, Pete, can you speak louder? I also have the radio on. This feels like a good time to let you guys know about our ship chasing draft schedule for the next month. We just got this finalized. I posted it on Twitter in the Discord. This is high stakes managed draft season for us over on Ship Chasing. We're kicking things off this Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern. This is a non-standard main event draft time, but we're doing it during our show time. And there are still spots available. If you want to draft against the Ship Chasing crew and Ron Stewart over on the FFPC, that'll take place Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Go register, come battle with us. We'll stream it. It will be a ton of fun. The following Wednesday, we're going to do an evening show, an evening main event stream with Sean Siegel and Ben Gretsch. That'll be Pat, myself, Gretsch, and Sean. On Tuesday, August 25th, the ADP Chasing crew will do their main event draft. Last year's ADP Chasing main event draft was electric. They took Bill, they took Trevion Henderson. They slapped so hard in that draft. And I expect them to follow that up with a very solid encore on Tuesday, 8/25. Thursday, August 27th, the annual tradition, a main event draft with Crack Rock. And do you guys want to get a low? I'll tell you, I'll blow up Crack Rock's spot. He DMs me yesterday. This is completely real. And he's like, man, with all these stream snipers, do you think it makes sense for us to pre-record our draft and then upload it? I was like, bro, this is the streaming event of the year, every year, the Crack Rock draft. And you are going to try to deprive the people of a live stream, Crack? So don't worry. Snipers are welcome. Come join us. Come draft with us in Crack Rock. It will be live. It will be live on Thursday, 8/27, 7 p.m. Eastern. On Monday, August 31st, the New Look Stat Chasing crew will be doing their main event draft. If you guys missed the So You Think You Can Tout finale, we announced there's going to be a new retooled set of hosts for Stat Chasing. Unfortunately, Sacrilegious will not be doing that show this year over on the Ship Chasing Network, but we're going to have Drico continue on. We are going to have Neil Farley be our chart master over there, digging through the data. We're going to have Michael O'Hara, one of the So You Think You Can Tout finalists, as one of the hosts, and Tony Squares is going to be the host of Stat Chasing. All four of them will be doing a main event draft on Monday, August 31st. On Thursday, September 3rd, this is going to be an OG ADP chasing stream. So it'll be Pat, Davis, and Sam Sherman. OG ADP chasing. And then we'll wrap things up on Tuesday, September 8th with a 5K draft. This is an annual high stakes draft we do with Leone and Gretsch. So there you go. The full ship chasing schedule. There are spots available in a lot of these drafts if you guys want to come and draft against us on the stream. Boner Brian says, hey, Pete, you're in my slow eliminator. Can you please leave the Kohler Express for my last pick? I got you, bro. I got you. Charlie Kolar is all yours. Bidding war for Keenan right now? Yeah. Man, I just hope that the Colts get outbid at this point. I hope the Colts get outbid. We got to protect our precious little boy, Joshua Downs. Seems like you guys are on board with me. The Bird and fair price after J-Mo and Adams are gone. I also see some people saying, why should there be a discount for a guy who should play week 1? Well, one, I objectively think when you bake in more uncertainty, there should be a discount. Malik Neighbors, why are you drafting Malik Neighbors at the end of round 2? You should be drafting him at 105 if you don't think there's any concern about coming back fully healthy, the chance of re-aggravation, yada, yada. Like, we are here to price in new risk via injury. Like that, we have to do that. Otherwise, don't read any news. Don't read any injury updates. Have your model spit out top-down level projections for every single player, and do not adjust for a single thing. Otherwise, I do think it's prudent to bake in injury risk with new information. You also see stuff with, like, the Alec Pierce stuff, right? Is a good example. The goalposts get moved on that a ton, right? It's like, oh, he should be back. And then it's like, oh, now he's not practicing. It just adds in a layer of uncertainty. In best case scenarios, he's back in a month. What if it's not a best case scenario? What if he re-aggravates? Yada, yada. It just introduces more risk. And I want a little bit of a discount for that new risk. Can I just have a little bit of a discount? Can 11 other slappies agree to just let Luther Burden fall to the 5th round one time? Can we all agree on that? Over under 3.5 Jets on the Ron Stewart team. Probably lower. I would hammer the lower on that. But man, Sadiq is very cheap. Omar Cooper is pretty cheap. I don't even. Minnesota Mike says, not sure if you've seen Gone in 60 Seconds, but I watched it last night and pretty cool to see what Adam Levitan was doing before fantasy football. He plays a character named Fuzzy. First of all, can we talk about you guys today? You guys are knocking on your neighbors' doors to get sugar and eggs and what else? And then you're watching Gone in 60 Seconds. Like, what are you guys doing? This is who you say Adam Levitan looks like? I don't know, man. Is there a better picture of this guy? I don't know. This isn't doing it for me, dude. You're going to have to send me a better picture. Is this who you mean? Buddy Elfman as Fuzzy Frizzle. You think this looks like Adam Levitan? I don't know. We'll ask him. Josh says we have 632 people watching and under 100 likes. That's not acceptable. Not acceptable. You know what we're going to do? You guys are going to hit the like button, and we are going to do a giveaway here. Let's do a coffee giveaway. Let's do our first of 2 coffee giveaways here. We are going to use the hashtag fuzzy. Hashtag fuzzy. Winner will get a promo code to get a free bag of Vassilaros and Sons coffee. It's a 12-ounce bag. And you can let us all know how it tastes. 41 entries off the rip. Hashtag fuzzy in the chat. And while you guys are putting the fuzzies in the chat, I need more coffee here. Also, while we're doing this, I'm going to do a shout out to my wife, Lauren, because today is our 13th anniversary. August 10th, 2013, I got married to Lauren, and she's the best. So happy anniversary, Lauren. I love you very much. We're going to go out for sushi tonight. I'm very excited about that. Shout out to Lauren. Can we, after you're done writing fuzzy in the chat, can I get shout outs to Lauren in the chat? A true saint, my partner in crime. $113 people in this fuzzy giveaway. 665 people watching live, but only 113 people can muster a fuzzy. Steve just celebrated his 10th anniversary. Congratulations, Steve. She really is the GOAT. Shout out to Lauren letting you do a 4-hour stream on anniversary. I will. Well, it is a Monday and she's also working. So, but yes, thank you, Lauren, for letting me do my job today. Wait a second. Nick, no shout out unless you shout out Nick Hedgeland to marry me. Do you know this person, Nick? Are we trying to coax a proposal out of you? Is that what we're saying? All right, let's spin this for the coffee here. And also thank you, Blizzy. Happy anniversary. Please buy her an eliminator draft on me. Yes. Yes, I will. Tonight, while we are waiting for our sushi to be brought out, I'll say, hey, babe, need 2 more for eliminator. And it's on me. All right, good luck to everybody looking to get that free bag of coffee. We'll do another one of these later in the stream today as well. So if you don't win, stay in line. Brady Sanders, 578. Congratulations on your free bag of Vassilaros and Sons coffee. And thank you again, Blizzy here. Oh boy. So Nick's girlfriend is in the chat leveraging my anniversary to get an engagement. Yeah, Nick. Tick, tick, brother. Tick, tick. Make it happen. Make it happen. There he is. What's up, dude?
Yo, what's up?
So I was just shouting out my lovely wife, Lauren, because today is our 13th wedding anniversary.
Wow, congrats.
Thank you. And someone in the chat named Jessica, who's watching along with her boyfriend, and she said, "Yeah, Nick, when are you gonna finally propose?" And so we have a disgruntled girlfriend in the chat trying to get her boyfriend to propose. So I'm just trying to kind of expedite the situation for both of them right now.
Wait. There's a female watching this?
There is. Yeah.
And she wants to get married to someone else that's watching this?
Correct.
Oh no, not like this.
Well, they are boyfriend and girlfriend. It's not like they just met in the chat.
Is this like Alex Foxen and Kristen Foxen? They're going to travel the circuit playing best ball together for the rest of their lives?
Yeah, I think so. How you been, dude? How are we doing? We're in the thick of it now.
Yeah, man. It's been busy, but actually, yeah, I feel good about where we're at. Went rafting with the kids on Saturday, so that was cool.
Night like what grade rapids are we talking here? Really throwing them in the deep end?
No, I would barely call it rapids. Yes, yeah, somewhere
Very
between
nice.
class 2 and class 3 for any rapid bros out there.
Okay, that sounds nice. Let's see here. Yeah, shout out to the chat here. Nick, please put a ring on it and then report back to us, and we can have the first ever best ball breakfast engagement incoming. Adam, what I was thinking about this morning, because I was looking at my schedule for the rest of the month, and one of the thoughts that came into my head was, I wonder how excited Levitan is that he only has 3 or 4 more of these shows left before you're done with me until next summer.
No, I think if we do it next summer, part of the stipulation in my contract will be it's got to be a once the underdog deal clears and everything's official, it's got to be a mastiff on Peter's dime every week. Yes, that's the only way I'm doing. That's the only way I'm doing it next year.
I believe the company sold for $1 billion, not $10 billion. Okay, so just relax with the mastiffs. Have you been drafting at all with all of this news? Shaking things up.
Yeah. I've been drafting with the news. Started doing some off-screen stuff also, which has been good. And so yeah, I mean, yeah, it's time. I feel like I'm looking back at some of my older teams. It's like really tough to look at some of these old teams.
Oh yeah.
But I have some good prices on some stuff. Like, yeah. So we'll see.
Okay. What over the weekend, I feel like we had all of the panic about some of the injuries. The Burden one, we got the news about being a month. Are there any other kind of injury situations that you guys have been moving on here? People were asking, like, what's the fair price on Burden now with this out for a month? Are you moving him down at all?
Yeah, we took about I believe 0.75 games off of his projection for Luther Burden. There's certainly more risk now, even if you're like 100% sure he's going to play week 1. I think people underestimate like the risk of missing so much practice time and then trying to come back from a lower body soft tissue injury. Like, I know the Twitter docs are going to say there's no risk of aggravation or whatever. That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, clearly Burden is a worse pick than he was 4 days ago, like clearly. Yep. So, I think we moved him down a little. I think, people are going to talk themselves into not moving him down at all. I think that would be a mistake personally, but yeah, it's so tilting, man. Like, it's been quite a month for me. I mean, first the thyroid thing, and then the Ricky Pierce thing, and then the underdog thing, and then the Luther Burden thing. It's been quite a month, Peter. Let me tell you.
Are you gonna put out the video? Ricky Pierce out for the year, but I'm gonna be okay.
I'm not gonna be okay with this one. I'm not, though. That's the thing. The thyroid thing,
you want JSN or Christian McCaffrey at 105?
Are we in a 25? Fine. Take McCaffrey.
Wait, does that mean if we weren't in a 25, you would take JSN?
I was just curious what we were in.
We're in a best ball mania. We can do another high stakes draft I need to be able to plan for it. I need to let the people know we got to, promote it as such. But you're still in lotto jail right now. You got to work your way
I
out.
need to start doing this. What is the protocol on Best Ball Breakfast for doing this on my account? Like, I got to start getting some more volume on Underdog in. Like, can we use this time to get some volume on my account?
Of course.
Perfect.
Of course. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you owe me a big dog. You owe me a joint big dog. So yeah,
perfect.
Let's do it.
Perfect.
And I get to harass you. I get to say I can't see the screen. I get to tell you to set the cue. It'll be glorious.
If you take CMC, I'd note if you take CMC over JSN every time, like you're gonna end up with no JSN basically. Although I do see people taking Christian a lot at 5, but yeah, I don't have a strong take between those two. I lean Christian just for the running back aspect of it, but yeah, I don't want to end up with like really underweight JSN either.
No, I check, like I'm at 11.2% CMC, and I just took JSN before, so I'm up to like 9.5%. So I'm pretty balanced there. I mean, if you are going to really start to, pick nits, how much of what JSN did last year do you think is sustainable versus do you think it's more likely he doesn't have as good of a year as he did last year?
Yeah, but Christian's not going to have as good a year as he did last year either. You know what I mean? Like, so of course there's going to be regression on JSN. Last year was one of the most absurd things I've ever seen. Now he loses Clint Kubiak. Like, clearly there's going to be regression on JSN, but you can make that argument for a lot of guys. So yeah, I still think he's an awesome pick. It's just, if he was going to do what he did last year, he'd be going, second overall or whatever. I think people know that there's going to be regression.
All right, we start CMC here. We got lots of friends and family in this draft. I will get the queue rolling. I do have updated ETR ranks in here as well. Drake London, Hampton, AJ Brown, Bowers, probably the best options there. One pick away as Hampton goes. Brown, Bowers, London. Are these your top 3?
Yeah. I like Bowers best out of those 3. Yeah, Bowers goes there. Yeah, I would, unless you're like underweight AJ, I take Drake London over AJ.
You take Drake. No. Yeah, I'm overweight London.
Yeah.
10.4.
If you want to balance it, it's fine by me, but I do think Drake London's better pick.
No, I'm not balancing here quite yet. I do think there's some risk with the AJ Brown stuff. I think you could argue it's kind of baked into him being a late second. I know you guys talked about him a bit with Matt Harmon on that recent episode there, but yeah, where are you at on? Because it feels like everybody just knows what they're going to get with Drake London, whereas AJ Brown, I could see it going in both directions.
Yeah, I like AJ Brown more than some other people. I just think Drake London is just really, really good player, like entering his prime, whereas AJ Brown, you have risk that he's older, had the knee issue, has had some other issues. But yeah, I think AJ Brown's gonna have, like, you don't trade for this guy unless you're gonna absolutely load him with targets, because otherwise you're gonna have a real problem on your hands.
Ross wants to know about Neighbors. I did put him on the thumbnail here. He's now routinely going in round 2. What do you think of that price?
Yeah, similar to the Burden thing, like even if you tell me he's 100% a lock for week 1, there's still way more risk than I think people let on, especially with Neighbors, given how it went with his knee rehab, which was far from smooth. I believe we're on the clock here.
Yes, we are. McBride, Zay, Olave, Igbuka, Kyron, Javante.
Probably McBride for me.
That's what I've been to. I just took McBride in this exact same spot in the first draft. I wanted to ask you about that. Like, did the Carson Beck Hall of Fame game give you any additional confidence in late season Cardinal stuff, or was that just pretty noisy for you?
I mean, he's playing against guys that are going to be working at Safeway in like 2 weeks, so I don't want to put too much into it, but certainly it was encouraging to see. And yeah, I think we should assume that Beck is going to play a lot. They have such a brutal schedule. They are going to lose a lot of games early, and like you're going to see Beck. So yeah, I think Beck evaluations are important. I wouldn't take away a ton from that, but it was certainly good to see. I wanted to ask you a question about this 1-2 turn, the 2-3 turn in BBM. Like every single time, people are going wide receiver here now, and it's like some mix of Pickens Nico or Neighbors Devontae or Rasheed Pickens. Like, do you think there is merit in going something really weird here, because all the Gibbs stuff is going to be Gibbs, receiver, and you end up with a lot of these similar constructions. Like if you go Gibbs, McBride, Breece Hall, or like, I feel like that's somewhat unique. And if I was playing a lot of BBMs, I feel like I'd be mixing that in at when I had the Gibbs pick,
I'm with you. I think the only thing about it that's tricky is that Love and McBride were routinely going there for a lot of the summer. So then it's like, how much of that? If anything, you could argue like Neighbors is such a smash there because he wasn't going on that side, and to have like Gibbs and Bijan Neighbors teams. But I'm with you, right? Like, I don't feel that Rice is necessarily in a different tier than the Olave, Zay stuff. Like, I think if you have your flavor of wide receiver, you could pull them up. My issue with that is I feel like when you're on the flat side of a tier, you generally want to be on the back end of it as opposed to kicking off the run. But I'm on board with it at this point, right? I have like 40 BBMs left. If I want to get some Gibbs, Igbuka, because I don't have any of that, and I think that's like the nutted pair, like I don't see an issue.
Or like what nobody ever does is like Gibbs, like 3 straight RBs, like Gibbs, and then pull up, Breece and Love, or Breece and Kerrane, or Breece and Javonte, or whatever you want there. And like no one has those kind of builds in which you go fragile RB with Gibbs and then go really wide receiver heavy through, rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, which, I kind of like the receivers through there. So yeah, I was just thinking about how to play the one spot where it seems like I'm not in love with those 2, 3 picks. And like, I'm just thinking about trying to do some different things.
No, I'm with you on that, especially if you think like, is Pickens closer to Olave Flowers or is he closer to London? Like that's kind of a question with it too.
I think he's closer to Olave Flowers as long as CD's healthy. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to set up the queue here. Allen goes Etienne, Burden, McLaurin, Montgomery, Swift. Here by rank, it's Etienne. What do you think?
Yes, sure, Etienne.
So Etienne's interesting in that, I mean, for so much of the summer, he was going mid-third, and then we get the inclinations that Kamara is going to return. He does return, and then Etienne like legit is going a full round later than he was all summer when we kind of knew Kamara was going to stay there. I like the price at him here at 44.
I mean, it's easy to say now that Kamara's going to have this big role. He's going to play on third downs. He was like the worst running back in the NFL last season, and I think they wanted him gone. I mean, I don't think it was just smoke. They actually wanted Alvin Kamara gone. They end up giving him a pay cut for him to return. I'm really not that worried. I get Travis Etienne later than this. That's my only like concern with taking him here. Like sometimes I can get him at like 49 or 50, but yeah, I'm not
on underdog.
I've seen it on DraftKings mostly.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't ever see him fall that far on underdog. Let's see what we want to do here at 5-5. We have CMC and Etienne, we have London, and we have Trey McBride, Swift, Evans, Adams, Bucky, Hendo. Here, Adams comes off the board on the clock. Swift is the faller. Evans, Bucky, Hendo.
I think Swift is a good pick and Mike Evans is a good pick. Whatever you think there.
Let's do Evans because we have Team Substation cooking here with CMC.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Like I tweeted about this last night. The Evans ADP took a hit like 5 spots, 4.5 spots on DraftKings just on this quad thing. He's already like fine and going to be back in practice here this week. So I know there's a lot of concerns about Mike Evans. Like everyone assumes he's going to get hurt. If he doesn't, it's a really clean spot. I think like the bigger concern is systemic risk on San Francisco. They've had so many injuries. Trent Williams is like a linchpin. He's never a good bet to stay healthy. It's like, it feels like they're hanging on by a thread with how old they are and how injured they are and the substation stuff. So that's like my biggest concern on San Francisco stuff. But once you take CMC, I think Evans makes sense there for sure. Right.
Yeah. Because now you need to live in a reality where it doesn't all come crumbling down.
There's been good reports on Swift, by the way. Like Monangai's been hurt and Swift is, reported been smashing. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I watched Monangai really close last year. I had him in some high stakes stuff, and like he was awesome for me as a really late round pick. I don't know. I don't feel like great about him where he goes. I feel better about Swift at cost than Monangai at cost.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. I mean, in a lot of ways, Swift and Evans are kind of similar counterparts. It's where it's like, man, if they stay healthy, like they're just going to smash. Like the setup that they have in their offenses. But yeah, I think structurally here, getting that second wide receiver, we certainly could have done Swift as the third running back. But Evans can easily return, like round 2 underdog value here if he stays healthy all year.
Yeah, a couple other tweaks we made that while you asked about injuries. The Alec Pierce stuff, just originally they said 1 to 2 weeks after the start of camp he'd be back. It's been 2 weeks, he's not back, and now they're saying another 2 weeks. Like there were some also tweets from like bloggers, like Colts bloggers, saying he looks really atrophied, he's still limping and stuff. Like so, we took a doc on Pierce there, which pumped up Downs even more. Talking about that Downs price on Market Monday today, by the way. And then the other spot that we're looking at today, we need to rerun it, but I think the Tunsil thing is going to affect the Commanders' win total and some of their look-ahead lines. And so we're waiting for the market to settle a bit there with the Tunsil reactions. I know their week 1 line moved a little bit. So yeah, I think it's worse for the Commander stuff. There's no doubt.
Yeah, that was a buzzkill for sure. We're about to pick at 6-8 here. We have the 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a tight end. Tyler Warren, both Warrens come off the board, as does Tyson. This is a spot we've routinely taken Daniels when the board gets flat. He is the top by rank. There's also Metcalf, Ramondre, Marvin Harrison here. No other real quarterback stacks. What jumps out to you as Ramondre?
Yeah, I would either go Marvin Harrison or Jaden Daniels. I mean, I take Jaden a ton in this spot. That's how I end up with so much of him. But yeah, it's up to you.
You want to do Marv? We'll do the correlated team bet here again with McBride.
Yep.
Where are you at on that one? Again, I thought Harmon had an interesting comp, not saying that they're Puka and Adams, but just the roles that they could play in the offense together. Do you think there is room for Harrison and Wilson to both succeed together, or does it feel mutually exclusive to you? I
mean, that was a Mike LaFleur quote from a couple months ago about the Puka and Adams stuff. I mean,
okay.
It's easy to say that, like Harrison and Wilson are not Puka and Adams, and Brissett and Beck are not Stafford, So I still have a lot of skepticism around this. They're going to be trailing a ton, though. I don't think they're going to drop back 40 to 50 times, but they're certainly going to be in pass-centric, prevent set type setups, which is fine. It's fine for Marvin.
All right, we get our 3rd wide receiver here. All the quarterbacks come off the board. Josh Downs' price watch goes at 75. This has been a Metcalf pick for us. We could also do like Caleb Naked, Lemon here. What do you think, Jaden Reed?
Yeah, I mean, Lemon's so far behind our rank. I'm talking about that more in Market Monday, but yeah, I think it's Metcalf.
All right, yeah, let's do Metcalf here. I mean, you said you're going to talk about the Josh Downs stuff, but like, 75? Is that, because a lot of people have said he's massively underpriced here. Does that price give you sticker shock?
Yeah, I think we got up to like 79 or something in rank. And that is giving Keenan, or not Keenan Allen himself, but some unlisted still out there, but it's docking Pierce a lot. The way it goes bad for Downs at this price is Pierce turns out to be healthy for week 1 and they sign Keenan Allen. And then you are not going to be I don't think you'll be wanting to hold Josh Downs bags in the 70s there. Remember, he is 5'9", 171. The track record of these guys having a big impact in the NFL is very, very, very spotty. So I like Josh Downs. I have a ton of Josh Downs here in the early 70s. It's tougher click for me when we don't know what's going to happen with Keenan Allen, and there's some chance Pierce is back. But yeah, if they don't sign Keenan and they try to roll with what they have right here, right now, I mean, they're talking about like Ashton Doolin and like Nick Westbrook-Akine as like starters. I take a lot of Tyler Warren. I'll say that.
Do you think they're, one of the things people have been saying is now that with all these wide receiver injuries that there's going to be a bidding war for Keenan. Do you think any other teams have emerged as a contender, or are the Colts still the most likely situation?
They have the connection with Steichen and they have the biggest need. Like, I don't see how they're not the huge front runner, but I also haven't heard like anything about this. I haven't seen anyone that credible. Like, there were tons of Steph Diggs reports leading up to the signing. Like, we were so sure he was going to sign with Washington. And now I haven't heard that same level of reporting on Keenan Allen, which has been weird, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is a weird one we've talked about before, where it's just like signing Keenan to replace Alec Pierce and then, accidentally cannibalizing some of Josh Downs' role would be a pretty gross run out. And yet who else is going to be playing wide receiver? Are we worried about Nick Westbrook-Akine? Like, they just need bodies.
Well, I mean, the good news is Daniel Jones reported looks 100%. He's got to be on the peptides. I don't want to accuse people of being on peptides because it's a banned substance, but there's no other explanation to me that makes sense for all these guys coming back so fast than the peptides. It really isn't.
All right, there you go. Adams, tennis, prop bet opponents, and Daniel Jones, everybody's on peptides. You're talking about Substation, peptide conspiracies. You really are entering your boomer years here. All right, we're about to pick at 8-8. We got 2 running backs, 4 wide receivers, 1 tight end. By rank, we are looking at Rico and Blake Corum. I think both those guys make sense for this squad. Also, Wilson Diggs. Corum goes. You want to do Pittsburgh thing here with Rico?
Yes, it's got to be Rico. There was some good reports around Rico from camp. I always thought he was more likely to win the base back job. Like, no staff has ever been like, oh yeah, let me give Jaylen Warren 30 touches. Whereas this staff, the Mike McCarthy staff, has said that before. I'm not trying to say that Rico Dowdle is better than Jaylen Warren. I think Warren's actually probably better, but just coaching staffs just don't love loading up Warren. So I think they'll start the season with Dowdle in more of a base role and Jaylen Warren in the passing role. And yeah, I mean, the guy that I think they're both good picks. The guy that is more likely to have a 30-touch game is for sure Dowdle.
Chris G flexing his YouTube membership of 51 months. He wants to know your thoughts on Jonathan Brooks' price at this point. He does go at pick 78 here, ahead of Chuba, ahead of Corum, Rico. What do you think there of the Brooks enthusiasm?
Yeah, no thanks for me. Not that I think Chuba Hubbard is good, but I think he's going to play, and this is still a really bad team with bad quarterback play, with a guy with a long history of injuries and ACL injuries going in the 70s. It's just, I'm just not going to get there on that.
All right, I'm going to put Brock in the queue right at ADP. We have CMC. We have Evans. Anything else you'd want to do other than that here?
No, I mean, you can see that when the solver score is 3 points ahead of everyone else, that's almost always the pick for me.
Yeah, Brock Purdy at 10, couple wide receivers there at 7. As always, you guys can get the solver tool, get those solver scores along with your ETR ranks, and then the combo tool that you saw me working through during that first draft. Promo code Pete will get you 20% off the solver. Can't imagine doing a portfolio of drafts without it here.
Yeah.
Have you noticed any portfolio blind spots or things you're trying to catch up on?
Little bit, not really. The thing that I was going to say though is on some of these off-screen drafts, I can't use the solver to draft, and it's just I just, it's not as clean, not that I can't do it without it, but I miss stuff, I miss correlations and,
Wait, are these the Dan Zach ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had talked with him before, and I was just I didn't realize that he was doing them, like you said, in random stuff. Where I was like, I want to stream underdog drafts on the show, but that's not how he's doing them. But maybe I'll still try to find something where we could stream one of those, maybe an After Dark or a premium video. Have they been fun?
Yeah, I mean, almost everyone's using ETR ranks, so it's not like the best spots ever, but. Yeah, I think it's a lot of very sharp poker guys that are in them.
Actually, Chad, thank you for this reminder. I had switched over to Firefox for the solver and just had completely forgotten about it because I habitually always go to Chrome. Yes, I will switch over to that after these next 2 picks. But yeah, if you guys missed it with the solver, all of the auto updates now go over to Firefox, so you don't ever have to touch anything. You can stay on Solver Chrome. You just have to download the updates and install them. It's not impossible. It's just a little more friction. And I would recommend going over to Firefox if you have the choice.
Yeah. That sucked what happened with the extensions and Chrome, but yeah, is what it is.
All right, Levitan. If we get the Kittle fall here with Purdy, that certainly makes sense. We could also be in a pocket here where Jordan Mason and Rachaad White look good. Stafford is a faller, but we don't have any correlation with him. Solver likes Kittle and Mason as well. Kittle falls. What do you think? You want to go all in on Niners or grab a running back here?
I think once you spend on McBride, I think Kittle's kind of a tougher click. I would probably go Jordan Mason here.
Okay. Let's do Mason here. I haven't minded doing, pairing Kittle with all of those elite tight ends there, but I do agree it's more like, do we feel like we're going to get shut out at running back? In which case Mason makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and also like if you think about late draft, I see Jaden Blue and MarShawn Lloyd and Terrence Ferguson continuously going in like round 14 and 15 now. And like there's some guys I like in round 17, 18 now, but not that many. And so a lot of my favorite picks back there are still going to be tight end. And so when it's close, I always try to just be like, I can always get tight end later. Whereas the late running back is just a disaster right now.
I know you're completely right. It's like, it messes with my brain where I'm just like, George Kittle's underpriced. I think he's a smash. We have Brock Purdy. And yet, like you said, there's like 13 tight ends that go off the board in rounds 12 through 16 that all look like good picks.
Yeah. And I mean, 17, 18 is, I mean, round 19 and 20 has been tough. Oh, we're on the clock.
Yeah, so Deebo is top solver rec here. We do have that stack as well. Love is sliding. Mayfield, Kelsey Kincaid.
Yeah,
Shakir.
Deebo looks good to me.
Yeah, this one, his rank, I think you guys had it around his ADP 129. We pull him up just a smidge, but I think with the correlation boost, it makes sense.
Yeah, and now like all this Keaton Mitchell hype on the timeline about him like running down the field, his price is going up. I mean, price of the brick is going up on a lot of guys that we were previously getting at much better prices.
Yeah, and I remember drafting with you early on. Keaton was a guy that you were even IKBing a little bit with the ranks, and now it seems like, I know Gretsch has been talking about it a lot, like running back air yards for Mitchell and the way they continue to show using him in like the wheel route deep passing game, which is pretty enticing for fantasy.
They're going to find ways to use him. Chargers and the Jaguars are just like, they're going to be good. It's just, I think it's gonna be tough to predict on a week-to-week basis, but yeah.
Chat mentioning this, and I saw this come across. Schefter tweeted out a bit ago, Pacheco sprained his MCL. Dan Campbell believes his running back should be ready for the regular season opener. People starting to wonder, could this be a James Conner spot? Could they bring in a Najee Harris, etc.?
Yeah. I mean, and Vaki is hurt too. I mean, I already thought that Vaki had a chance to take some stuff from Pacheco. I'm not even sure that Pacheco is an NFL caliber like player really. So yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for them to bring in another backup. They're going to have to.
Austin wants to know, when you're doing a BBM draft, what do your solver settings usually look like here?
Yeah, I have team stacking importance higher than Pete, probably like closer to high. And then I have ADP weight. Yeah, like roughly there. For BBM, I'll have my week 17 correlation boosted a little bit.
Sorry,
more.
I was under eliminator there. Let me go back to main, but yeah.
Yeah, and I'll have week 17 boosted a little bit more than I would for some of the smaller field contests too.
There you go. All right, we have 1451. We should probably be thinking a little bit about quarterback here as well.
Is Shuck gone?
Shuck is gone. So I'm trying to think about our stacks. I don't see anything stack wise. Obviously, Rodgers a little later. Shuck is gone. So yeah, we are looking at Darnold, Ward, Stroud, Jones. Goddard is a big tight end faller here. Chig, what do you think?
Yeah, I think we need to address quarterback, don't you? I kind of think it needs to be Darnold.
Yeah, and Darnold like is fine to backstack. I mean, you get Barner. There's always Kupp. Torrey Horton's having a good camp, right? Is he on your radar now late?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's okay. There's so many receivers. I was on Horton last year. Started off so well, then got hurt. The other thing you can do is, I don't love this, but you could do the Halani thing last round if you need running back. Round 18 is a little thin. Like round 20 Halani, I think, is better.
Yeah, I've done some Halani on stuff. It's become a little less enticing with the Sharps news being so positive as well, where you're hoping for a little bit more of a runway there of like, oh, maybe price stumbles and it's just the Halani show for 8 weeks or whatever.
Yeah. And you saw a quarterback got blasted right after we took Darnold too. I mean, yeah, I've been doing a lot more of like the back-to-back. I did a draft with Herzig on our stream. Last week we took Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts, back-to-back and then stopped at 2. Like that kind of stuff I think is interesting when people are, forcing us to take these dusty quarterbacks in round 12 and 13.
I don't know what's going on today. I ended up taking Tyrone Tracy in the first draft. He's falling a ton here. Okay, he finally goes. McMillan goes. So we could pull up Rodgers if we just want to lock up that third quarterback. I mean, it's ahead of ADP. Otherwise, Omar Cooper, Jalen Naylor, Jawan Jennings, Jawan Johnson.
Ugh. I don't like any of these. I guess, whatever.
Let's just lock up the quarterback if we don't like any of these.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not. I don't think like the way we play quarterback here is necessarily like ideal. I think we should be thinking through earlier, like frontish stacks. Guys that we don't have stacks. We had the Purdy stack early. We didn't have good stuff with Harrison or Metcalf, but like we could have gone with something, like Stafford over Mason or Mayfield over Deebo, and then you can get into. I think, like I much prefer Baker here at 127 than Darnold at 140 or Rodgers 148. I guess is my point.
Yeah, no, I mean I'm with you. I also just think in that spot too, where I don't know, maybe I would have been interested in Cooper getting another high upside wide receiver there, but it really does feel like, a tier break across almost all positions right here in the 13th round, where it's like, are these picks that different from the 16th round picks? Yeah. So I always feel like if you just lock up the quarterback, knowing we probably want 3 with Purdy and Darnold, then you're going to feel better about the squad ultimately.
I mean, you are going to miss a lot of the guys that we used to like. Like, I don't know what you think about the new prices on Blue and Bigsby and MarShawn Lloyd, but like you're going to miss on those guys if you don't take them in round 13 now.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, Blue went at like 165 in the draft I just did. He goes 153 here. I mean, he's rocketing up. Nez has a Dak on this team, so makes sense that he's building that out. But yeah, man, we're getting some crazy movement. And what's kind of scary is that we've been wanting for there to be some late round running back darts that emerge, but now the guys who have emerged have moved up into the 13th round, and now it's like nothing from round 14 until round 18, unless you have like a read on one of these deep rookies or something.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've been taking some of these like really thin stuff late, like the Cyrus Allen, Ted Hurst, like stuff that I don't even really love, but like I'm looking for upside in round 18, 19, 20. It's not. It's thin.
Well, at least with those wide receivers that you mentioned, they're having really good camps. You can see them on the field in 3 wide receiver sets. But it's like with the running back stuff, I mean, you're really just wish casting a role that might not be there. I mean, like even guys like Katron Allen, right? Like we were kind of excited about the ambiguity, and the more and more we go, it feels like, man, there just might not be anything there for him right now.
Yeah. I mean, like Bigsby, Blue, and Lloyd were like 3 of my most drafted running backs, but that was in round 16 and 17, like, look at this. Now they're all going 13, 14. And I'm not even saying that's wrong. It's just.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need another wave of sleepers to emerge here. But I do feel good going quarterback there because, yes, other than those buzzy running backs, most of the wide receivers here are hanging around. Jawan Jennings, Jalen Naylor, Solver shouts out Spears here as well as a potential pick for us. We can keep like Barner in our back pocket here for tight end. Naylor, Spears, any of these guys. Naylor does go. So by rank, it's like Spears, Flournoy, Ridley, Adonai Mitchell.
I like Flournoy here. We have like no correlation at all, but he would probably be my favorite just as a play.
Yeah, let's do it. I feel like we haven't talked about Flournoy. Is that just as simple as wide receiver 3 on the Cowboys?
I mean, the Cowboys are going to play extremely fast, and I think Cowboys will be in a ton of 3 wide receiver sets. Like they have talked about, we need to get our best players on the field, and they think Ryan Flournoy is one of their best players. That is very different than what a lot of other teams are saying. Like I think Washington's going to go a ton of 2 tight end, and a ton of other teams will also who don't have as good a wide receiver core. So yeah, I think the 3 wide receiver base for Cowboys, and I mean, they're going to play fast and score a ton of points. So yeah.
Yep. We grabbed Flournoy there. Quick recap of the team. We got the 3 quarterbacks, Brock, Darnold, and Rodgers. The 4 running backs, CMC, ETN, Rico, and Jordan Mason. Drake London, Evans, Marvin Harrison, DK Metcalf, Deebo, and Flournoy at wide receiver. And Trey McBride still holding it down at tight end. 3 picks away here. I believe, did we lose? No, Barner's still kicking around. You guys are lower on Barner than market here in this group. So we could have that discussion, although his ADP is right at this pick if you want Darnold stacked. Sadiq Hawkinson also here. Sharbs if you're buying that. Dylan Sampson if you want another kind of running back dart with a pulse.
Yeah, I think you have to take Barner here, but I think it's clear Barner is like nothing special whatsoever.
Yeah,
and I do think that Elijah Arroyo is going to play a little bit more this year. They have way more weapons, but given our team here, I think we have to take Barner. Like I don't take him hardly ever except for backdoor Darnold stuff like we have here.
Yeah, I mean the specter of Arroyo is a little concerning, although man, we sure didn't see it much year one. But you do think he eats into it a bit?
I mean, yeah, he's going to have like a special package or like some like third and long type stuff where he's going to be on the field, I think. But they also want to get Horton stuff, and I think Shaheed's role is going to expand, and Kupp is still there, and obviously JSN can get 50% of the targets. So yeah, it's tough on Seattle. Like. And I'm kind of lower than market on them. I bet them to miss the playoffs and under their win total. So, yeah.
Remind me that take just expecting kind of regression across the board, or is it losing Kenneth Walker? Like, what is it?
Yeah. I mean, think about a team without Clint Kubiak that has Sam Darnold at quarterback with one of the tougher schedules in the entire league and the toughest division. Like, it's just going to be really, really tough. Doesn't mean they can't do it, but it's just going to be really, really tough. So,
yeah. And I mean, Rams look like they are going to be really good. Obviously, if Niners could stay healthy, yeah, it is a tough spot. Yeah, I guess it's just like on the flip side, you're like, man, could they turn into more of a passing offense if they actually integrate Shaheed? If Torrey Horton's a thing, they do have the horses on offense to be pretty explosive.
Yeah. Have you been watching Hard Knocks? The Jadarian Price bit was really something, and it's like it's edited.
I missed it. What did they say?
Oh my god, it was like a 10-minute bit on Hard Knocks, just like everybody fawning over Jadarian Price, coaches, teammates, just being like, this guy's incredible. Look at his feet. He's number 8 so fast. They were just going nuts. But it's edited. It's like a reality show. I don't put a lot of stock on it, but it was interesting to see.
It's always a funny, like, there's no way to control for this variable, but it's like, let's say he was a 4th round pick. Would everybody be saying the exact same stuff about him? Or is it because it's like, this is our 1st round pick who has to, fill the shoes of the Super Bowl MVP. So we need this guy to be fucking good.
No, man, I just saw Jacoby Lane went, that's one that I have zero of.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to say like I'm worried, but to have zero of a guy who's now going in round 14, 15 because of some camp hype doesn't feel great, but I'm okay with it, I think. Sorry.
Running back, we're down to Tucker, James, Kalen Black, Katron Allen. Wide receiver, Calvin Ridley. You could do the Cooper Kupp stack, Pat Bryant, quick.
Cooper
Kupp. All right, Cooper Kupp, come on down. We'll get that backdoor Darnold stack there. We have a 3-4-7-2. Now, is this a spot where you just say, hey, our bets are on CMC, Travis Etienne, thank you for correcting me, someone in the chat earlier, Rico Dowdle, and Jordan Mason, or do you say, man, this is a little thin, we got to take a stab on a 5th?
At this point in the draft, I don't worry about positions as much as like give me guys that I think can actually have like a 20-point week in the playoffs for me. So yeah, I'm not too worried about position. I let's take a look at the board. Let me see if we can find some upside. Did Cyrus Allen go?
Let's see here.
I think
Cyrus Allen's still here. Yeah.
Cyrus Allen, Pat Bryant, I think are 2 interesting ones. Booty. Yeah. Allen, Booty, and
you don't want to click Jeremy Bernard for the 900th time with me?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. I haven't been doing that as much.
What about as far as that running back? Is Sean Tucker, you guys are still slightly ahead of ADP on him. Is he on the menu for you?
The Bucky reports have been so good that I've been slowing down a bit on Sean Tucker. But yeah, I think he has some contingent upside. I don't think standalone is really there for Sean Tucker that much.
Yeah. Freiermuth, if you wanted a 3rd tight end stacked up, obviously Jeremy. Yeah, those are the top 3: Solver, Freiermuth, Bernard, and Tucker.
Yeah, I, I would probably go Freiermuth, I think.
Yeah, I'm good with Freiermuth.
Like, how can this work for us in like the BBM playoffs? Like 2 touchdowns from Rodgers to Freiermuth in the playoffs while McBride has a bad game. And then we get to the next week and McBride goes off. Like, those are the kind of things you need to happen, I feel like, to win BBM.
Yeah, and I also reject this, and I feel like Adam kind of hit on it too when he said not focusing on positional stuff. This is also something I've talked about with Kerrane and like the Sims and like across the board. So the comment is you don't need a 3 tight ends on a McBride team. You can do this kind of I don't know, explanation for every position. The point is to make the best selections and not make a suboptimal pick because you feel weak at another position. It's actually better to solidify a strength than it is to take a flimsy bet just because it makes you feel more cozy structurally.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the wide receiver and tight ends are just going to be objectively better picks at this stage of the draft.
For sure. Yeah. And like, there's some good picks here. I mean, Cyrus Allen, Ted Hurst, Pat Bryant, I think all would have been fine also, but we have a lot of wide receivers.
Yeah. Cyrus Allen did go. I mean, yeah, there is this cohort of wide receivers. I'm going to write about them in the Fantasy Life newsletter tomorrow. I mean, Caleb Douglas is another kind of guy. And Levitan, one thing that struck me as funny is like all these guys getting pub, Jacoby Lane, Ted Hurst. They're all these big bodied contested catch wide receivers who the beat reporters just love watching make highlight catches.
Yeah.
It's like there's Ravens reporters saying Jacoby Lane is the best rookie training camp performance he's seen in 27 years covering the Ravens. I mean, so it's funny, right? Because it's like, obviously that's what's going to look the coolest. Who's the guy skying up to make a contested catch versus, I don't know, it's Elijah Surratt, like doing his little jitterbug route running going to stand out to the beat reporters?
Yeah. I think the player performance in early training camp stuff is just so meaningless. I don't really care what the beat writers think about how a guy looks at training camp. If he's getting more reps with the first team, which it sounds like Jacoby Lane actually is, that's a different story to me, so yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's get creative here. Final pick 3, 4, 7, 3.
Let me see running back. Yeah.
Yeah, we have both of the Niners guys. We do have a Purdy team if you got to lean on James or Black still being draftable.
Do you take those guys on CMC teams in BBM?
Oh, that's true. I wouldn't. The chat got me on Seth McGowan in my first draft.
The problem with McGowan is like, if Jonathan Taylor went down, do you think they'd sign someone or trade for someone? I kind of think that they would. So I don't think that's as clean of a handcuff spot as people think, even though he's ahead of Giddens.
Singleton, shout out.
I hate Singleton. I think he's like a special teamer, that like the third string running back for the Titans. I actually think the best pick right now here is Vidal, who if Hampton went down, I do think Vidal would have like the Hampton role and Mitchell would stay in his role.
Yeah, no, I was talking about Vidal as well, kind of like the last guys there with a pulse. People want to pretend like he doesn't exist because we just want it to be Hampton and Keaton Mitchell. But every time they talk about this backfield, like Vidal's mentioned in the same breath as the other guys.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so tough for us on Hampton. Like, I don't think we're low on Hampton. We're at like 18 overall, but it's hard to get him when he goes 13 and 14 like every single time. And yeah, we think Vidal is going to play a little. Mitchell's going to play a little. They're going to play slowish. They'll be efficient, but they're going to play slowish. So yeah, that's part of the reason that we're like a hair behind market on Hampton.
I think we just managed to draft one of the older teams you can draft in Best Ball Mania here.
When you have 49er stuff, it's going to be old, yeah.
Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, Aaron Rodgers, CMC, Travis Etienne, Rico Dowdle, Jordan Mason, Kamani Vidal, Drake London, Mike Evans, Marvin Harrison, DK Metcalf, Deebo Samuel, Ryan Flournoy, Cooper Kupp, 3 tight ends, Trey McBride, AJ Barner, and Pat Freiermuth. Thoughts on the squad?
Yeah, I don't love the way we handled quarterback. Like, it just doesn't feel great reaching that high for Darnold, for Rodgers, and like jamming in Darnold like that. So I wish we would have done that spot a little bit differently. Yeah, the McBride teams are tough. Like, I don't really feel great when I feel better with the Bowers teams than the McBride teams for whatever reason. But I do think
I thought you were going to say that because structurally you like when you have a running back or wide receiver in rounds 2 or 3, but you're saying just Bowers as a player in general makes those teams.
That too. I mean, both. I think a combination of both. Yeah. But like, I don't want to like say bad things about McBride. He's been so incredible. He's so good. And like Brissett and him obviously have a really good connection. So I don't want to say bad things about him. It's just, the teams feel worse, I think.
Yeah. I think you mentioned it with the quarterback stuff. It's like, when we had the choice, right? If we go AJ Brown instead of Drake London, then Drake May is available for us there in the 6th round. That pick feels really good. It opens up some different stuff. But when you have London, Marv, Metcalf, it's like we knew we had to do the Purdy thing with Evans, which I'm glad we locked that up. But we didn't have a lot of quarterback outs to play with. You mentioned Shuck, like if he had been hanging around, we could have done that with Achane, but it didn't really break for clean stacks here.
Yeah. And in these spots where I don't have clean stacks, like it wouldn't work on this team because we had to take Purdy, but I do take Dart. Kyler's been slipping a lot lately, which I take. And obviously Malik Willis is an option too. So like when you get onto these teams that don't have the cleanest wide receiver stacks, those are the 3 that I take a lot: the Dart, Kyler, Malik.
Yeah. What do you make of that? I think you had a tweet about it too. And I agree with your take. Like, the Kyler stuff being in a camp battle with McCarthy, it's not concerning for week 1, but it is vaguely concerning for the end game.
Oh, if this camp quote unquote battle has taught me I have any takeaways from it, it's that if Kyler plays bad, they're going to want to get another look at McCarthy. And I going into this, I thought they were just like done with him, done. But it doesn't seem like they are. And I get it. They invested a 1st round pick on him. So I get it. But yeah, there's certainly risk in Kyler not playing late if he doesn't play well. So I get it. Like in these 12-team contain, not tournament style stuff, I think Kyler's a little bit worse when you're reaching for the moon in a BBM and Kyler is slipping towards like 120s, 130s. I think that's pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, you look at ADP now, Stafford, Nix, Goff, and then you have Kyler at 114. Right behind him, you have Love a little bit further behind Baker and Shuck. Like, part of me is like, man, at this point, is Kyler closer to the Malik Willis bet, or is he closer to the Bo Nix, Kyler, or Jackson Dart bet? That's kind of the question.
Yeah, I mean, we are baking in, like, for most quarterbacks, we have it 98.2 in terms of pass attempts. For Kyler, we were at 95.5. And now I think we're maybe at like 94.6 now. And I guess my point is that, like, if we put Kyler at 98.2 from a math / projection standpoint, he would just be like smashing, like like he'd be ahead of Bo Nix and Stafford in the ranks.
Yeah. And I think that's what makes it really tricky, because you can even see in your guys' ranks, like any of those quarterbacks who have a threat to not play late. Like, you guys are way nuked on Geno, obviously Brissett. It's like, if you introduce that where you start pulling, 3 games off of him, it's like, what, he probably drops to like 170. Like, you knew he wasn't going to play the last 3 games or whatever.
And people are going to make the argument like, well, if it doesn't matter because your team's dead if Kyler's not playing well anyways. Well, not necessarily, especially when you take him in like the 120s and 130s. Like, you could get a team to the Best Ball Mania finals or the semifinals, even if Kyler Murray played bad, and you still want him starting in week 16 or 17. So like, it's not like, oh, Kyler played bad and therefore your team's dead. Like, especially when he starts going later, you can have Kyler play bad, still make the playoffs. You don't want him benched, and like, yeah, I don't think they're going to bench Malik Willis. I know some people have been worried about that. I don't think that they will unless it goes like really, really bad. I don't think they're going to bench Cam Ward, obviously. So there's not as much risk in those guys, I think, as Kyler. But yeah.
Yeah, and I think some people are kind of missing the point. Like, MCJ says, they say it's a battle, but also people audibly gasping at how bad JJM is. You got to realize, though, the way this plays out that screws us is Kyler's really struggling. The team is out of playoff contention. He's on a 1-year, $1.3 million contract. They gain nothing from seeing him play the side out. They would be completely incentivized, either for their own franchise future or to juice his trade value, to toss McCarthy out there and just see if they can resuscitate anything. Like, they're not going to be married to Kyler Murray in a losing season. There's just no way.
Agreed. Yeah. It's tough for sure. And like, I do think, yeah, to me, like the cheaper he gets, the better bet it is, for sure.
Yeah. What do you make, as I mentioned some of the other, are there any other training camp buzz that you're actually buying? Denzel Boston has been a big one. Any others that you're actually thinking there's signal there?
Yeah. I'm talking about Denzel Boston on Market Monday. I just like want to bet on Todd Monken and against Jerry Jeudy. So I've been taking Boston a lot, actually, even before this. Some other guys we actually moved in the rankings. Obviously, Antonio Williams buried now. The Sadiq injury stuff, we've moved a bunch.
That sucks.
On that. We're a little bit spooked on the Arande Gadsden stuff. We've been continually moving him down.
Are you guys getting sucked into the Charlie Kohler vortex?
No, that is not a vortex that we're participating in. No, I don't think it's like the worst thing I've ever heard. I do think he's going to play a ton, but yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to find the upside in Charlie Kohler. Let me see the other end of the spectrum here for guys that have been rising that we've made moves on. Oh, obviously the Diggs thing. Yeah, I feel like we kind of screwed that up, and it was on me. I didn't like, we were pretty sure he was going to go to Washington. We wanted to bake in some risk. It wasn't going to be Washington, but it seems so likely it was going to be that. We probably should have been more aggressive on ranking Steph Diggs before he signed. Because I hate moving up, 30 spots on a guy when he goes to the spot that was expected. So yeah, that was on me. It was just frustrating not to be higher on him before he signed. But I do think he's a good pick now. Yeah,
because I was going to say, like, obviously you want to be aggressive there, but even looking at this range from where he was, Shakir Coker, to being just behind Pittman, I mean, this is a pretty flat tier. I mean, depending if you're chasing targets or breakouts, like, you can pick your flavor, but I guess I have a hard time even saying maybe he continues to rise and then it really runs away from you. But even this jump, I don't think has a meaningful effect on like the teams you were building. I don't know.
Yeah.
Being naive.
Yeah, no, it's just such a good spot for Steph Diggs. I mean, like, yeah, it seems like it was always going to happen. Other guys that we moved on, we've been so high on Pat Bryant this whole time that we didn't really move on him, but I do think he makes sense. We keep moving up. The longer MarShawn Lloyd sustains health, we keep moving him up. Talked about the Jaden Blue thing, the Bigsby thing we've been on. We've talked about that plenty. The Pierce Downs thing we moved on. Oh, Croskey-Merritt, we haven't moved that much on. I'm kind of tempted on Croskey-Merritt to move to keep moving more towards him off of some of the other guys. You have any takes on Washington backfield?
Well, I'll just tell you this. I think the market's going to do it for you if you don't do it. He went pick 97 in my draft this morning. He just went 105 here. I think he is going to continue to be a riser. I think, he's so close to flipping Rachaad White. That's going to happen. I could easily see him, going all the way up to top 100. Maybe like Dobbins is the line. I don't think people would take him over Dobbins, but he's going to move another 10, 15 picks here, I think.
Yeah. And we've been moving up some more on Jordan Mason, a lot of good reports on Jordan Mason about both the scheme being a better fit for him than Aaron Jones, and just thinking Aaron Jones is kind of cooked. So we've been moving up Mason a little bit. I think Mason and JCM are like really, really similar bets.
Yeah, it goes back to, it really has been, at least for me early on too, and I'm guessing a lot of people, it was just like, man, they have McNichols, who they always talk about, obviously Katron Allen. If this was just the Minnesota backfield, right, whereas it was just Mason and Aaron Jones, and I guess you could say Claiborne, but no one really thinks he's going to be a factor. I mean, you could argue that this entire Washington backfield should be much further ahead of the Minnesota duo.
Yeah. I think that McNichols is going to make the team, but Jerome Ford is probably done. But I think they'll keep McNichols on the team for special teams, and obviously they'll have Katron on the team. I don't know how much he's going to play. I think ideally it'll be mostly JCM and Rachaad White, but we'll see.
Yeah, and then you mentioned the Manungai stuff with him being a little banged up. Is he kind of dropping for you now?
I just don't have. It's not. I think we're fine. We're on him in ranks, or at least in line. I think with him on ranks, it's just I don't really like him. I think Swift at cost is so much better. Oh, somebody mentioned in chat Caleb Douglas. That's one that I've mixed into my Malik Willis teams. Just a rookie wide receiver in a really ambiguous wide receiver core. I think Caleb Douglas, you could take him naked, I guess, but definitely with Malik, I've been taking Caleb.
Yeah, he was one that I walked away from being like way more. He just checks a lot of those boxes. And because he's on the Dolphins, like you look at even the price discrepancy between him and Cyrus Allen. And again, I'm not saying that price means anything, but Cyrus Allen is now this trendy pick who goes in every draft. Like Caleb Douglas is still going undrafted a lot. And man, I mean, what we're talking about Greg Dulcich and Malik Washington as the only competition for targets there.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to play Tolbert and Tutu Atwell, Malik Washington, they're going to play all these guys, but this is the Caleb Douglas and Chris Bell are the guys this regime drafted. I think they want to get a long look at them.
Justin has a question for you. Is your article with your notes on every player in redraft, is that in your ranks? I don't know what he's asking.
Yeah, no. So no, we're using, I believe, our ESPN or full PPR ranks. I believe I'll confirm that. But I'll put a note at the top. But no, those are not my personal ranks. They are my personal notes on every player, but they are not my personal ranks. My ranks, when I draft, I use the ETR ranks. So no.
Levitan, when are you going to tell me how to abuse the default rankings on ESPN? Because I want to abuse them.
I know. The worst part of this Yahoo thing, and I'm happy for all the guys at Yahoo, is that, I mean, their pre-draft default rankings now are going to be really strong, or at least solid, So I don't know that there's going to be a lot of meat on the bone on Yahoo. On ESPN, there's some
wild ones.
Yeah, there's some outrageous stuff going on ESPN. So yeah, if you have a choice of where you can host your home league, ESPN would be the pick for me if you're trying to like get the most EV.
There you go. Propose a vote to your home league to move it over to ESPN if you want that sweet CLV. It is always jarring when like we get all excited about these buzzy players. I'm trying to even remember one I was thinking about the other day. I think it was even Rashid Shaheed, and I'm like looking at the ADPs across sites, and he's like 185 on ESPN. It's just like any rookie wide receiver you like is just completely free over there. But it is important to know which site you're drafting on to help.
It's so much better. Like what you guys, don't you guys do like for like the ship chasing or whatever? Don't you do like an in-person draft, like not on an applet at all? You like,
we did that this last weekend. Yeah.
That's the way it should be, man. If you're like in a home league with your boys, like, shouldn't you do this in person? I know it's not possible. Like my high school friends, we do it online because we all live all over the country. But if you can do an in-person draft, it's just so much better. I mean, so much better.
Oh yeah, it's a real treat. We're even doing like a FantasyLife work league slow draft right now, and just not having to battle the sweaty virgins in the underdog lobby and just getting 5 to 6 picks of ADP value on every pick is just such a treat. Such a treat. We have 937 people watching live. We are reaching summer all-time highs here for concurrence on Best Ball Breakfast. We will be here, much to Adam's chagrin, every Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern for our loaded Best Ball Breakfast block. Levy always in this 11 a.m. time slot here. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel, and make sure you guys are checking out the solver. You get 20% off with promo code Pete. You can get that overlay and help you manage your combos, your exposures, and get that solver score in there if you guys have the ETR ranks. Anything else people should look out for over on Establish the Run right now?
Yeah, I'll say two things. First, we mentioned the player-by-player notes. For if you have the Best Ball product, I have player-by-player notes in there. Basically, my take on every player. Same if you have Draft Kit for redraft. And then, yes, man versus machine, Leone versus Silva is going down this week. We are recording Wednesday. I think it'll be up Wednesday or Thursday. So I know people like that one. I was going over the names. It's crazy. I mean, we have some very high-profile names with some very big disagreements between Silva and the model-based ranks. So, yes, should be a good one.
Can't wait for that. Who ended up refreshment? Who won last year?
Dude, it's crazy. Like, people used to, when I would go in the wild, which is like almost never, but when I'm in the wild, people used to stop me and be like, "Oh man, I love the show." Like, they say hi to Silva and Leone. Now they stop me and they say, "You fucked up the man versus machine ratings or grades or whatever or winners. So I believe I was just like not putting that much thought into it. I was just whatever doing is kind of a joke. But people are very serious about it. I believe Leone won last year, but a lot of people thought Silva was robbed and Silva should have won.
Wow. Well, it sounds like you have great responsibility on your hand with this power and officiating this hotly contested man versus machine. All right, Levitan, we'll let you get going. And yes, if you want, let's coordinate. If you want to try to do a big dog draft next week, I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, let's do it on my account. I owe you one, and that'll be fun. I'll just let you talk the whole time. I'll draft, and you can talk the whole time. You can narrate.
Just mute yourself, and we could just kind of get your reaction here. On your way out, Go AZ Cards wants you to rank Peter's Q evolution. I mean, it was a non-story today. I didn't even hear you mention the Q. I mean, am I stepping up my Q game?
No, it was still a disaster because you're just queuing like the top guys. You need to scroll position by position and think about this pick, a few picks ahead, start setting up your queue for rounds ahead, start understanding, I actually need to scroll down here, not just take the top solver score, get those guys in the queue. So no, I would give it better in the beginning, but not much. 3 out of 10.
Oh, that is egregious. Also, what's the point of using the queue if everyone's just going to take any player we put in the queue 4 rounds ahead of where they go? Yeah, put Jaden Blue in the queue, gone. Put MarShawn Lloyd in the queue, gone. The queue, we are living in a post-queue world. All we had to do is pick up the scraps that people left us. Fucking Pat Fryermuth.
I don't think that's true. I mean, these people, they don't care who you put in the queue. These people are drafting 100 best ball teams. They have their own takes. They don't care who you put in the queue.
These people are sick, man. It's like Luther Burden, out for a month, and they're like, I'm going to take him ahead of ADP to prove a point. All right, man. We'll catch you later. We'll plan on a big dog next week, and we'll bring on Sam Sherman here in a sec.
All right, later.
All right, peace. Pete's face when Adam said he didn't like the Q. I thought I'd really stepped up my Q game. I really have. I've even subconsciously, as someone who's never used the Q, I've started using it a little bit more because of Levitan essentially bullying me into being a Q maxer. Unreal. Should we do another coffee giveaway here while we wait for Sam? Let's do another coffee giveaway here. Let's get another hashtag going in the chat. We had fuzzy before. Let's do Q. We'll make everyone have to spell out Q. Q-U-E-U-E. Hashtag Q. If you want to be eligible to win another bag of coffee here from our friends over at Vassilaros and Sons Coffee. What's up, Sam? It's all right. You're good because you know what? We are doing a coffee giveaway so you can troubleshoot your audio here, and we will get it going in a second. All right. Sam is going to come back. Drop the word Q in the chat if you want to be eligible to win a bag of Vassilaros and Sons Coffee, our new sponsor here on the channel for Best Ball Breakfast. Brady won a bag earlier. Brady, I see your DM. I will message you later with a promo code. All right, you back, Sam? Test. Testing.
Oh,
1, 2.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. You're here. Phew. All right. Lots of close calls here. No, you're good. We're doing a quick coffee giveaway here, and then we will get into it. But how are you doing as we let some of these entries trickle in?
I'm good, man. Yeah, lots of news flying around the past couple of weeks. So excited to draft a team. I drafted one this morning. It's interesting seeing how the market's reacting to the Luther Burden injury and some of those other.
By not reacting at all.
Days, so.
At least on my drafts, they just take him where he was going before.
Oh, really? I have a sample size of 1. I saw him go in like 54, 55 range.
That seems reasonable. In my street drafts, he's going like a half pick past ADP.
Yeah, that's all the dip you're gonna get. Apparently, that's hilarious.
I need to write that tweet where it's like Burden slips a half pick past ADP and a slappy goes, gotta slurp that dipperito right up.
Yeah, value hound right there.
That's right. Yeah, Joe, everybody. Yeah, I've seen it misspelled 5 times. You are going to need the correct spelling. You're also going to need hashtag here. So final call, hashtag Q, that is QUEUE. And then we will spin for a free bag of Vassilaros and Sons coffee. Anything else you noticed in your sample size of one draft this morning that caught your eye?
What else did I notice? I mean, I think some of these rookies that are getting camp buzz seem to be going in almost every draft now, like the late wide receivers. Jacoby Lane, I think, went in like the 16th or 17th. Cyrus Allen, I think, also went around then. Caleb Douglas, even, I think, got drafted. So there's a couple of those guys that are getting buzz that it used to be free 18th round picks, and now you got to like pay up a little bit to get those guys.
I know.
Yeah, that's probably the main thing I noticed.
Even our Jaden Blue and MarShawn Lloyd, who I feel like we've just taken all summer. It's like those guys are now going in the 150s. It's a new market for sure here. All right, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to spin quickly, and then I actually just got us in a BBM draft. We are going to have the 9-hole, so we'll have a second to get our bearings, but good luck to the chat. Enjoy your coffee. Whoever wins here, shoot me a message on Twitter or Discord. I'll get you a free promo code. Oh, it's Go AZ Cards. Apparently, there is a correlation between the number of thoughtful questions you ask in the chat and winning a coffee giveaway. Congratulations, Charles. Shoot me a message. But let's get rolling here, Sam. We got the 109.
Okay.
Any other things you're starting to think about as we kind of enter the home stretch here? Is there any portfolio balancing, some targets you're really trying to start to hammer now?
Yeah, I think not like huge changes. I think there's a couple spots where I'm trying to double down on my exposures. I'm getting even more excited about like Kenneth Walker on the Chiefs, and have been like, taking him over Hampton, and even over I think over Barkley I've done one or two times as well. So getting really excited about him. I think I found like the 49ers like back stacks. I'm obviously a bit concerned with all the injuries, but I feel like Deebo and Stribling are still relatively cheap, and I like what Purdy can do as a scrambler as well. So I found myself like backstacking that a bit more, even as the systemic risk of the offense maybe increases a little. But yeah, I'm trying to think of other. What do we got here?
We're about to pick at 1-9. Taylor goes. So you're looking at the 2 wide receivers, Lamb, Jefferson, or grabbing a running back. You got a favorite here?
I like Lamb here. I just think I'm still taking Jefferson. I'm not fading him, but I do think Lamb is pretty clearly ahead of Jefferson for me, just with the concerns of like the Vikings quarterback situation. Is a little scary.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the only reason it's even kind of close is just because of how dominant Pickens was last year, kind of specifically downfield. But like, don't you just? I mean, we were just talking through like the legitimate risk that Kyler is benched late season. I mean, it's hard to envision not being excited about having CeeDee Lamb in the Best Ball Mania playoffs when there are lots of scenarios where you would not be excited about Jefferson.
I know. And even like, obviously we've seen Kyler here. We can make a pick here first.
So they did take Kenneth Walker from you, Omarion Hampton, Henry, Achane, Brown, Bowers, London.
I think I like Henry a little bit more than Hampton at this point. So yeah, I'd go. It's very close to me. Like, obviously with Henry, it's not like you're getting like the workhorse volume in the sense of you're not getting receptions with Henry either. But with Hampton, like, I do think it's becoming a bit of a parlay now where you need the Chargers offense to really dominate, because it does seem like they're going to split up that backfield a little bit more than I was expecting with Mitchell. I still like Hampton. I think he's a very solid like second round pick, but I'm taking him down just like a little bit behind these other backs.
How do you want to address the allegations that Derrick Henry is strictly a brand play, kind of like, Kerrane had to take Austin Eckler for a couple years after. I mean, once a guy, there's diversifying your portfolio on my account. That happens on the bash. And then there's solidifying your brand plays on my account, because you're probably not even taking Derrick Henry in your own drafts, but then you get to come on here as the Derrick Henry guy and put it all on me.
It's funny you say that. I was going through like my exposure in the first couple of rounds yesterday just to be like, let's make sure I'm not doing anything like stupid by accident here. And I had like 2% Derrick Henry, and I was like, whoa, I was not trying to fade Derrick Henry. So I like to get my exposure to Derrick Henry, on Pete Overzet's site credits, not with my own money.
No, this is like, it's you pulling up the ladder. Again, it's like how you told everyone they should just be playing cash games and not playing.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I felt bad with the amount of genuine responses. Like I got so many responses like, oh, like what contests would you suggest doing for like cash and best ball? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. This is just a bad joke.
Well, it just reminds you of how crazy even like what people get fed. Because anyone who's read your tweets would know that you're joking. And yet certain tweets enter a part of fantasy Twitter that isn't familiar with your POV or your voice, and then you get a bunch of about it. But Underdog thanks you because you got everybody sitting in the $3 12-person self-contained.
I know. I should get a cut of those lobbies.
That's right. All right, Chris Olave goes. This is the flat tier here: Flowers, McConkey, Higgins, Allen, Javonte, Waddle. What do you want to do here?
Let's do Zay. I think it's
go Ravens.
The bet. Yeah, bet on the Ravens a little bit. Falls a little past ADP. It was between him and T. I was thinking like the T Higgins because it's Baltimore, Cincinnati week 17, right?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but I don't know. It's close here. It's a flat range wide receiver speed. I don't like have super hot takes with this group of like Zay, Ladd, T. I'm a little bit lower in Agbuka. Well, Agbuka goes way higher here, but it's pretty flat for me. Yeah,
this is the new Agbuka stuff. It's like we thought the Zay rise from like mid fourth to mid third is like this Agbuka thing. Like I see him go at the 1-2 turn with Gibbs stuff. It was funny. I still like Zay. Dwayne over at FantasyLife has been pouring a little bit of cold water on him just from a touchdown expectation standpoint, in that he falls into a cohort of players who at this point in their careers, it would be kind of an anomaly for them to have a big touchdown season. Basically, he'd have to do it like all after the catch, essentially, just with how little of a role he's had in the red zone. And so Dwayne was kind of cautioning, I think he still can be a solid pick here, but this idea that Flowers is a guy we're drafting in the second round next year because of a full breakout, I'm like less on board with that wish casting that myself had been doing, for a bit.
Yeah. There, we can make our pick here first. Oh, wow. Allen falls.
You want to do an Allen team here? We also have to realize Lamar could also fall in the fifth. That's the only issue.
Let's hold off on Allen for the Lamar thing. Let's do, I would do Javonte. Do you want to go? Garrett.
Let's do Javonte. We'll do double Ravens, double Cowboys, and figure it out.
Yeah. Yep.
But what were you saying about Zay?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's interesting. I'd like to read Dwayne's article there, listen to his analysis, because that's interesting. I think like part of me thinks that like touchdowns, there's a lot of randomness there. And anytime you're betting on a player on an offense that has, I don't know, Ravens are probably top 5 in implied team totals heading into the season. Like we've seen this before where James Cook, it was always the case that he could not be a high touchdown scorer. That was the case for the first couple of years in the league. And then he's attached to the Bills offense with Josh Allen. He doesn't even have that amazing of a goal line role, right, in the Bills offense there. But the last 2 years, it's hit massive touchdown volume. So I do think that there's some protection just in betting on like this high scoring of an offense that things could break right from a touchdown perspective. But I totally see his point. He's a smaller wide receiver. They're going to have bigger bodies in the red zone. They're obviously going to have Derrick Henry. getting tons of carries from inside the 5. So I think it's something to think about. But I'm still, I think, pretty confident in Zay around this price.
Let's see here. This is, it looks like the Bird and Slappies have officially surrendered for one draft because we went through an entire 4th round without him being drafted here. The 7 hole is trying to pull off what I did accidentally in my first draft, Sam, which was get auto Loveland, auto McBride team.
Oh no.
Not the funnest way to build there. But look at this. Burden sliding. We did.
Oh, Odunze goes ahead of Burden. Oh no, wait, Burden went at the 3-4 turn. He
went so early I didn't even see him.
Oh my God.
Burden, right when I was about to give you guys credit, you took him 5 picks ahead of ADP with an extremely bearish injury report that broke just hours previously. You people are sick.
I thought there was a chance that, like, because I do think there's, like, the injury, it seems like he should be, there's a good chance he's okay by the start of the season, but the fact that he's going higher or not moving at all is just, that's kind of radicalizing me. JMO, that's a pretty big fall.
I know, man. I don't even mind pushing it if you want, because that opens up Goff and Dak.
Yeah, let's do JMO. Let's Lamar obviously is a good pick here, but let's see what we can do.
My God, dude. I mean, Luther Burden at pick 37 could be anything. He could be Jameson Williams at pick 57. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Get your guys. Yes.
Get your guys.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. I was scanning through and I'm like, oh, no one took Burden. And I just didn't even think. Randers, are you in the chat here? Luther Burden at 37 is incredible work. Absolute incredible work. All right, let's see here, Randers. And now you can't take Lamar and Parker Washington. I mean, this is all of fantasy Twitter rolled into one draft right here with Luther.
Yeah.
So we start CeeDee Lamb, Derrick Henry, Zay Flowers, Javonte Williams, and J-Mo here from the 9 hole. And look at that, Sam. Holy shit. Lamar comes back.
Wow. It's a smash. I love that. It's a fun team. This is a good start here. I love it.
I love the value hound J-Mo. I was just listening to Gretch and Jacob talk about him on their new Longview podcast, and Gretch is getting really hyped about J-Mo, thinks he could have kind of like the Pickens-like impact from a similar portion of the draft board. Here, you get him to fall to 57, and then the patience with Lamar rewarded getting him at 64 here. This looks like a pretty nice team.
Yeah, I was listening to Gretch. I think it was maybe, I didn't hear it on the show with Jacob, but on the Establish the Edge show. And he, I mean, paraphrasing, he kind of viewed J-Mo as like an extremely wide sort of error bar player in the sense that he has a huge upside case, which I don't know. For me, it was interesting to hear that because I kind of viewed J-Mo as like on a weekly basis, a really high upside guy. I guess I struggle like with him hitting some ceiling where he becomes like the Pickens 2-3 turn player next year. But at the same time, he's extremely efficient on like a yards per target basis. So yeah, I guess if they channel more of the offense through him, I could see that. But either way, at pick whatever we got him, 60 or 57, I think he's great value there.
Yeah, I do think it's just that thing too of, I mean, you think about some of when we're having concerns about stacking up too many players on the Jets or the Browns or whatever, and to have access to a guy like J-Mo when the Lions are quite literally going to project for 24 plus points every single game this year. You get all the domes, you get the nice playoff schedule. And to get a discount on that, it is just like a weird thing of how we do want like the ascension for some of these guys where there are a lot of real outcomes where it's like Ladd and Burden and these guys who we are kind of hoping to do something they've never done before, like can't match, the J-Mo season in arguably a better, more condensed offense.
Yeah. 100%.
But yeah, I think there's still risks of that, but it's like it's so funny too, right? Because it's like if JMO, I think we've talked about it with like a guy like Ted Arroyo too, where these guys who are a little bit more fully fleshed out or seem like there isn't additional meat on the bone almost get penalized extra.
Yes.
Than if there was the chance of a further breakout.
Yeah, there's always just like the odds of just like a player in the same situation being a little bit better in year 4. Like the market doesn't really price that in as much as they're like, oh, some guy in a new situation or a guy going into year 2. Like you can always dream more on like the stories for those players. So,
do we just lock up the Dak thing here?
Yeah.
I don't see any other player we have to have in a way that would make me want to pass on it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I was almost Dak is good here. I was almost thinking like Burrow this far past ADP. I didn't hate either. Yeah, but I think you go with Dak for the double team stack. We could have. I mean, the wide receivers here, Pierce, I think should be docked a bit with the continued bearishness on his injury. I didn't love him there. And then we're kind of reaching on other guys after that. So I think that's the right play. I like Dowdle maybe coming back here. What are you thinking?
There's the only other thing, if you really wanted to continue with kind of max correlating, is to get our guy Laporta here. But it's also like if we feel like we're going to get behind a little bit, Solver likes Addison, Laporta, Pierce here, Rico, Corum. Those would probably be the options. Who do you think?
I think I would go with Laporta. I think that's a good argument to keep the correlation going. Bet on the Detroit offense. Man, this is like hyper condensed on Dallas, Detroit, Baltimore so far, right? That's entire team.
Yes. I like it too. Lamb, Henry, Flowers, Javonte, then JMO, Lamar, Dak, Laporta. So 3 teams represented here: the Cowboys, the Ravens, and the Lions. 3 pretty good offenses to be invested in. Index says need wide receiver help. If you think this team needs wide receiver help, tune in about an hour when Pat and I have started a draft with 6 straight running backs, and then you will see a team that needs wide receiver help.
Yeah, Tony Pollard will be the RB7 on that team, I'm guessing.
Yes. Would be great. Let's see. This team needs Andrews and Ferguson in the worst way. Okay. I didn't know the success of this team depended on the Rams' 4th round. Oh no, you're saying the other Ferguson, Jake Ferguson.
He's saying keep hyper concentrate. Can we do a team that's only Ravens, Cowboys, and Lions? I think is what this commentator is asking.
I mean, if there was a team you could pull that off with, I mean, we now have Mark Andrews, you got Jacoby Lane, you could do Ryan Flournoy, Jaden Blue, no more Pacheco, or that one's looking a little rough now, but Goff. Yeah, I think you literally could if you wanted to.
Yeah, we could. We could if that was a draft challenge.
Yes. All right. So yeah, we'll see what comes back here. It's funny because Laporta has been a guy we have taken in quite a few drafts this summer when it gets flat, and now we kind of get the correlation boost here.
Yep. Yeah, I like Laporta as just the team bet. But yeah, I think here, I mean, I'm more. I mean, I know the commentator said needs wide receiver help. I'm a little bit. When I get in these spots, I think I'm a little bit more worried about running back depth than wide receiver depth this season. But I think we should look strongly, obviously, at one of those positions here. I like Golden in this range still. Some of these other running backs are fine, though they don't get me particularly excited. We'll see who falls.
Yeah. I would say too here, if Golden was there, I'm with you on him. It now looks to me a little bit like the pendulum swings back to running back, and we'll like the wide receiver at the next pick more than the running back.
Yeah.
Chad, Bill keeps getting more and more expensive. He's interesting here. And then you have Gainwell, Mason, Rachaad White. We are on the clock as Mason comes off the board. What do you think?
Man, I'd probably go Bill or Gainwell.
If you're going to give me the choice, the chat are going crazy for Bill. So let's just give the people what they want on this team.
Yeah, let's just do it. I've been pretty into him all season. Obviously, this is higher price than I've paid so far, but yeah, I think forget it. Now I feel like I'm repeating myself from last week's show, but I think that the goal line role and like the base rushing share role could be more valuable than Rachaad White's receiving role on this team. And they've also talked about using JCM like a little bit more in the passing game. So that's good to hear. Skeptical that'll fully come to fruition, but let's see. Wow,
we do. There's a Fannin value, but we also have a ton of like tight ends that make sense for this team later with Ferguson and Andrews. Pittman goes. Do you want to do like I think a Dobbs might make sense here. Concepcion, what do you think?
Yeah, let's do Concepcion, I think. Okay. Either's fine. Either's fine.
I think I got it at the last second.
Yeah.
So I think there is a little Concepcion injury right now, but I think if we're going to try to bake in some upside, it's still fine.
I missed that one. Apologies there. Is he missing practice time?
He had a shoulder scare, an AC joint sprain after a hard fall at practice, but he's already returned to full team drills and reportedly feeling fine. So everybody says he's fine. This was from a couple days ago.
Got it.
Yeah, chat, just take Fannin, etc. I think Fannin's a good value there. But again, when you think about the 2v2s and knowing that we have legitimately two really strong correlated tight end bets to make 2 rounds later, I think you do use that as opportunity to break ties toward the other position.
Yeah, we're getting slandered in the chat for taking Concepcion over Fannin, but I think it's good logic. I am obviously taking Fannin over Concepcion on 95% of teams, but I think there was an argument there to do it. But yeah, I think also Fannin. I mean, I think Fannin's a good pick at 112 for sure. Not trying to argue against that. Whoever got him got great value. I do think like if Boston and Concepcion hit, which is it's still an if, but if they're good NFL players, I think Harold Fannin's target share from last year is going to be extremely unsustainable. I mean, he was running routes against by far the worst wide receiver group in the league last year, and I think it's just going to be a bit of a different story this year. But again, pick 113. Great value for whoever got him there for sure.
And I would just say to anyone kind of questioning Sam's decision making in this draft in the chat, have any of you guys won Best Ball Mania? Yeah. Would kind of just be what I would then throw back to you guys. So I think we should probably appeal to the authority here.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. You guys can send me like your lifetime winnings. Yeah. Before you make a comment in the chat, I guess just specify how much money you've made in best ball, and then we can decide how much we care about your opinion.
Now we have to really make sure we get one of Andrews or Ferguson, because then we will never hear the end of it. I will say though, Aaron Jones falling here a little bit is certainly intriguing at pick 129. He is here. Do you want to grab Jones or grab a tight end?
Let's do Jones or should we do? Yeah, let's do Jones. Yeah, let's do it. I don't really get. Yeah. I don't get why he's been falling so much. I get there hasn't been any positive news on him, but it doesn't seem to be the case that he's like definitively lost the job or that like Claiborne has come on in a real way. I guess I haven't fully understood why he's been sliding. So I guess
I didn't even notice that he had been sliding all that much. Someone in the chat said Team 12 is clearly a Matic Slappy, that Keaton Mitchell was a lock for the team. I mean, they did take Chris Rodriguez, but they also did get Keaton Mitchell there. Wow. So congrats to them on balancing their range. All right, let's see here. I think we have both Andrews and Ferguson here. The thesis of the play comes in Andrews as a 7-pick ADP value that the haters hate to see fall back to us, or would you prefer to go Ferguson?
I think Ferguson actually.
Okay.
I can give the logic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I just feel like the Lamar thesis is a lot to do with his rushing ability and overstacking his pass catchers. I get like a little bit more concerned about, especially when we already have Derrick Henry. Like, can you get all that value? Whereas like Dak's ceiling games come from like 60 pass attempts, 45 completions in a way that like you can get a ton of players in the offense hitting in addition to Dak. Whereas, Lamar's ceiling games might be 60 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns of his own. So that was like the slight tiebreaker there for me. I think they both were good picks, though.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to it is I'm trying to think. I'd probably go Andrews there, but if there's a chance that one of these guys is absolutely cooked, it is certainly Mark Andrews. Like if things, like maybe you don't get a true breakout from Ferguson at this stage of his career, that's unlikely. But I do think there's a chance that Andrews is just a total dust ball in the way that tethering yourself to the Dak Prescott touchdowns there makes sense.
Yeah. Ferguson's 27. I think Mark Andrews is in his 30s now. He's seen pretty sharp declines the past couple of years. I kind of think Ferguson is just kind of is who he is. Like I'm not pricing in any breakout odds for Jake Ferguson at this point, but I'm with you. He seems much more likely to hold his value. It is interesting though in Baltimore, like the Ravens they let Likely go, they let Kolar go, and they basically didn't replace those guys with anything besides a couple of late, I think, day 3 rookies. So they clearly have confidence in him based on that, but I'm a little worried if that confidence is warranted based on what we've seen the past couple of years from him.
All right, here's the team so far. 2-4-4-2. Lamar Jackson and Dak at quarterback. Derrick Henry, Javonte, Bill, and Aaron Jones at running back. CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers, J-Mo, and Casey Concepcion at wide receiver. Laporta and Ferguson at tight end. I like how this one is shaking out here. Obviously good at quarterback and tight end. Running backs loaded up here. Basically going to just be building out this wide receiver depth in this range here.
Yep.
Let's see.
Hunter,
we are in
McMillan,
Yeah, McMillan has been dropping a little bit just because I believe he hasn't been practicing of late with that injury. I mean, Hunter would certainly make sense on this team. Hunter goes. Jawan Jennings, Naylor, Trey Tucker, Flournoy, if we just want to pull him up. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe just Flournoy, I guess, for the
lock
stack.
that up.
I don't love the other picks, so it's. What do we have here at running back for the next selection?
So this would be another one too. If you just like Jaden Blue has been going in this range, MarShawn Lloyd has been going in this range. So if you want these
Lloyd
guys, now is the time for sure.
Yeah, we have Javon. I worry with Javonte and so much other Dallas pieces. We probably shouldn't go with Jaden Blue on this team.
Yeah, double Dallas running backs probably not the
move. Man, maybe go back to receiver. I didn't love those running back names.
Naylor, Jawan, Tucker still here. All of them rankings and ADP values. If you have a favorite there,
I guess Naylor. Whatever. I don't know, man. These guys all suck.
This is my second Jalen Naylor. We're painting the Mona Lisa with this draft, and this guy goes, fuck it, Jalen Naylor.
I mean, you can't like get excited about Jalen Naylor, but I worry some of the, I kind of think Jawan Jennings might be like legit cooked based on what he got in free agency. I'm not sure they really have real plans for him. I think the Naylor plan is like destined to fail, but the Raiders did pay him money. I think he's going to be on the field. I don't know, man. These guys are not inspiring.
All right, from one winner to another winner, Trevor Augustus in the chat, $5 says, shout out, gents. Thanks for helping me take down the most points in BBM 7 last year. Honored to draft with you and Sam. Anything you want to say to Trevor, a guy who got a really nice participation trophy in BBM compared to what you got?
Well, Trevor, I'd recommend there's this other contest you might want to consider this year called the Marathon. You might have thought you were entering that, but Best Ball Mania, it's all about, week 17. So I'd just encourage you to focus on that next year. But, congrats on the, $10,000 or whatever it was. It's a good, good little
Now
one
that
there.
I think about this, Trevor, aren't you kind of telling on yourself if you admit to winning the most points that you weren't playing the contest optimally?
Exactly.
I think you should probably delete this just so no one knows.
Everyone knows you want to advance the worst possible team to week 17. So
I guess it was $100,000.
Oh, it was $100K. Wow. Okay. That warrants
suboptimally.
Yeah, then you played it, some of you only won 100,000.
I'd rather have 150 week 17 correlated teams that win nothing than $100,000 for fucking playing it like the marathon. Dylan Sampson's honestly a good running back pick that falls here. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. We're down to like the Ridley, Otten, Freiermuth, Jerry Jeudy. You want to grab Sampson as our RB5?
Yeah, I think I like Sampson.
Yeah.
We had mostly good, we stacked up Baltimore, Dallas, Detroit. We got to mix in one shitty team. So we'll stack up some Cleveland guys, I guess.
All right. We have Lamar and Dak. We got the 5 running backs, 6 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. In typical Sam and Pete fashion, we are pretty balanced here positionally and can kind of go in any direction we want. Interesting, Solver is suggesting Mendoza, who continues, well, I guess not falling. His ADP is 186. If you did want that third stack, even with the 2 high-end guys, that could be a consideration. We have veteran wide receivers, veteran tight ends. I do just want to look. Jacoby Lane is here, and he has not been falling if you want to do the rookie buzz with Lamar, but anything else you're seeing?
I was thinking I was going to recommend Lane. Let's do it. I think that's a fun pick. I think he's not coming back to us, I don't think. So let's grab him here. Yeah, he's been making a lot of noise at camp. I think this is like near the top of where I would take him, 16th, 15th round. I don't know if he's going to shoot past that. I probably wouldn't chase it too much further up, but there's real opportunity, I think, for a secondary pass catcher here. We've talked about Mark Andrews potentially being toast. So it could be an offense, with Likely also gone. It could be an offense that actually sees more target share to the wide receivers than we've seen in the past couple years. So I think Lane is worth taking stabs on. The buzz has just been like pretty unanimous from all angles for him.
Yep. And I mean, this is the point we're at with Jacoby Lane, that there's comments like, check out the new Jacoby Lane tweet that dropped 2 minutes ago. The author doesn't even matter. It's just its own genre of tweets now. The Jacoby Lane tweet.
Yeah. There's something with like how, I think it's like with how algorithmic X has become. It used to be like your tweets were on a timeline. There wasn't the For You page. So you just kind of like got training camp news as it came. Now I think there's this element where like if one player gets buzz, people start realizing like, oh shit, if I just type out Jacoby Lane as my tweet, it's going to like get lit on fire in the algorithm. So there's something there with like this season where I'm just a little bit, there was like a Stribling week 3 weeks ago where just no matter what you said about Deshaun Stribling, you got 400 likes, right? So
there was a Stribling month if you watch ADP chasing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Stribling month. So it's gotten crazy with Lane, but yeah.
But this is why, like, real talk for Best Ball Mania, like, you should grab the buzzy risers if they make sense for your team early, because all the guys we were looking at before, Calvin Ridley, Pat Freiermuth, they're all still here. So like, grab the buzzy guy and you can still backfill. We have 2 more picks here. Running back is, sufficiently cooked. Mendoza went, so we're done at quarterback. So we're really just looking at wide receiver and tight ends.
Yep.
If you wanted a third tight end, there is the Freiermuth, Gesicki stuff, and then wide receivers. Keenan has been a popular click in this range, just knowing he is likely to find someone. We always click Jeremy Bernard, Calvin Ridley. Anyone here jump out to you?
Man, can we do like Gesicki or one of the boring tight ends first?
Yeah.
I think we should do a third, maybe Gesicki, just because there is the
plays
correlation
opposite Baltimore week
17.
17. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that. And then, I think we should go wide receiver. Let's see. What do we have on our wide receivers? We have a couple rookies already.
Concepcion and Lane, Flournoy, Naylor, JMO, Zay, CD. So I think you could go either way as far as target hunting or breakout chasing.
How good do we feel? I feel like Keenan, I kind of missed out on the Diggs, CLV value for the veterans. I'm just trying to think of how good we feel about Keenan, not retiring. Because if he's not retiring, he's clearly the best pick here. The Colts have had injuries with Pierce. I'd probably lean Keenan if you feel good enough about it.
I do on this team. I mean, you want to talk about CLV. If this guy signs with the Colts today, he's going to go 6 rounds higher than this very quickly.
Yeah, he's just he seems like the most likely to spike in value. I would be surprised if he's truly done. But it's funny though. I just I'm always worried with these super late veterans who haven't signed this late in the season. They're just going to retire, but whatever. We'll see what happens.
Brad, update on the Jacoby Lane tweet. That was the quote I referenced earlier. It's the Jamison Hensley. In 27 years of covering the Ravens, I'm not sure I've seen a rookie have a training camp quite like Jacoby Lane. That one has been out there. But yes, underdog is, to Sam's point, they are catching on to the trend. They're watching Best Ball Breakfast. He said, what's the hot topic that we can engagement farm with? And it's Jacoby Lane, who we did get on this team. I don't know, Sam, we had the spot where the chat was salivating over this squad. And then they were really pissed at us that we passed on 6 spots of Herald fan and ADP value. But I like what we did. I like that we tuned out the haters and we built this shipper right here. Lamar Jackson and Dak Prescott, Derrick Henry, Javonte Williams, Bill, Aaron Jones, Dylan Sampson, CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers, J-Mo, Casey Concepcion, Ryan Flournoy, Jalen Naylor, Jacoby Lane, Keenan Allen, Sam Laporta, Jake Ferguson, Mike Gesicki. What do you think?
I love this team. We obviously could have got the 6 picks ADP value with Harold Fannin, but I think besides that, I think my only honest take on this team is maybe a little weak at running back. I don't know what the pick would have been, but we could have maybe considered I don't know. Let's see. Maybe the Laporta pick. I'm trying to think of because the Laporta pick is where we're considering Dowdle or Quorum. If we had done
there, oh no, now the chat's gonna feel emboldened if you say we should have gone Dowdle and then we could have gotten Fannin. Now they're gonna say we were right. They're gonna say we were right.
Yeah, shit. I shouldn't have opened that.
No, you're right. Though. Yeah.
Yeah.
We could have gone. You go Rico there. You know what? We got ourselves a little correlation boner there through 7 rounds. Yep. We're like, what if this is just as easy as taking 3 of the best teams in football and exclusively drafting good players on good teams?
And then we took a couple Browns and Raiders players and lost the vision a little. But this is a really fun team. I like the concentrated bets on Ravens and Cowboys. We could look back and those are the 2 highest scoring offenses in the NFL this year. And if that happens, this team is looking pretty nice.
Yeah, this is one of those teams. I think the running back room is good. In part of what I think helped pull it off was Aaron Jones and Sampson, both of those guys, and it doesn't seem like a lot slipping, 4.2, 3.9 picks back. But when some of those last remaining target, because I do think Jones is the end of a running back tier. I think Sampson is the end of a tier where you're getting some standalone value, some usable weeks from him. Those really tie the running back room together. And then the tight end room, everything, all the correlation there from a team level perspective. Good blend of rookies and kind of some just target earners there in Keenan Allen and Naylor. I like that. I like how this one came together.
Nice. Do you have the board up still? I'm curious just to see, I always check this time of year. What are the sort of late round flyers people are taking? Torrey Horton. I haven't seen him him go in a while. Not sure.
He's been getting a little buzz just being healthy. And people, I think, with Darnold teams are now kind of circling him, and people are just bored drafting Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I've got a lot of Cooper Kupp.
Yes. Reef, on this note, Reefer King 420 Blaze It. This is a way more thoughtful question than I would imagine from someone named Reefer King 420 Blaze It. But they say with the rising of rookie late round wide receiver picks, specifically Cyrus and Lane, I'm finding guys such as Ridley, Pat Bryant, Booty being consistently available in the 17th, 18th. Could you rank these five? I want to get Sam's thoughts, but to me, it really is kind of a flavor of what you need and are you correlating, etc. But just in a vacuum, Sam, how would you rank Ridley, Pat Bryant, and Kayshon Boutte?
Oh, we're just saying rank just those three, or those three plus Cyrus and Lane? I thought that's maybe was what he was asking.
Read five. You're right. He wants you to feather in the rookies as well. Yeah.
I think last is Boutte. I'll start from the bottom. Then if I was ranked the other four, man, I agree with you. It's these are so tough because I think it's very like team dependent. I think purely in a vacuum, I'd probably go Ridley, Bryant, Lane, Cyrus, Boutte. It's probably how I do it.
I will say this, like it's funny because we're talking about all these, but I wrote them up this morning, getting a jump on the newsletter tomorrow. And I was writing about all the buzzy late round rookies. So Cyrus, Jacoby Lane, Caleb Douglas, Ted Hurst, and there might be one more I'm forgetting. But when I look, like Cyrus is the one I'm most skeptical of all of those. He's also the most expensive. He has the lowest score in just like Dwayne's overall supermodel prospect rating. And I also think it's going to be tough for him to actually beat out Tyquan Thornton for that role if there's not like a Xavier Worthy injury or another thing that opens up. I understand being excited about rookies tethered to Mahomes, but I just think the way they historically showcase their rookies a ton in the preseason, the way they traditionally slow play their rookies when games are actually mattering, I'm just like more skeptical of him as a hit than I think I am these other guys. I get it on Mahomes teams, but he wouldn't be my favorite in a vacuum late round wide receiver of some of these other ones we're discussing.
Yeah. I've struggled a lot with him. I felt like I've kind of gone back and forth. I think I'm a little bit higher than you are on him. I still would prefer Jacoby Lane. I'm trying to think of the other rookies, but I think he fit for me. It's just like the Chiefs have enough uncertainty at wide receiver that I do think there is an opening for someone. I don't disagree with you. Like I would still be surprised today if week one is he cracking 3 wide receiver sets ahead of Worthy, Thornton, or Rice. I'd be surprised by that. But I think there's enough things going on. Worthy has been very inconsistent through 2 years. Tyquan Thornton's kind of a journeyman. Rashee Rice, obviously been hyper productive when he's on the field, but he has been battling this knee injury, not 100% yet. Was rehabbing that injury in jail. I think there is an opening for someone, but I would like to get him like very cheap. I think I've only taken Allen in like the 17th or 18th round. Just because, again, we have, to your point, we've seen this story before with like the Jalen Royals, the Justin Ross types that like
don't say Sky Moore.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Sky Moore. These guys can go to zero and quicker than you expect.
The only thing, so Index of Suspicion says you're making my anti-Jeremy take with Cyrus Allen. I mean, there's a massive difference between a 2nd round rookie pick and a 5th round rookie pick as far as expected opportunity and what that draft capital suggests for year one opportunity and their prospects. Like Jeremy is a way more fully baked NFL ready player than Cyrus Allen is. So I would do not lump my beloved Jeremy Bernard in with Cyrus Allen. And to me, it speaks to how good of a value Jeremy Bernard remains, because he's going along with these other guys who have way less draft capital and not as strong as a prospect profile. So I will continue to stand Jeremy Bernard even among these other buzzy rookie wide receivers. Yeah. What else do you think about this team, Sam? Definitely a unique one for us with how much correlation we did there. You had mentioned it a bit with talking through the Andrew stuff of like, part of the thesis with Lamar is how much running he's doing. I think it's a little offset with just how cheaply we got Lamar here relative to his typical price.
Yeah, I agree. I think my point was just like I think there's different flavors of overstacking, and I'm just more concerned about overstacking teams where you're counting on a lot of the value from the from the quarterback scrambling. But I don't think we reached that threshold on this team. It was just kind of a tiebreaker between Ferguson and Andrews.
Yeah,
for me. But yeah, the value on Lamar is great. Like, I think in reality, like how this team hits, right, is like you might stare at this team. It's like, how can Lamar, Henry and Zay Flowers all, hit their upside in a single week? It's kind of hard to imagine with how those players correlate. And I think how it really works, right, is like we have a massive Henry week, 1 week, then the next week it's a massive Lamar and Flowers week with Henry just having like an okay, good enough game, right? Like you probably have some ping pong effect of those players happening in order for this team to fully hit. Because I do agree, if you're trying to do like a 1 week ceiling, you probably don't stack Henry and Lamar together on the same team, but that's just not quite how best ball works.
No, I agree with. I do think that where I look at that, and really the only week it becomes an issue is, I think, week 17, when you're trying to win, and now you have all this pressure on Baltimore and Dallas, and you just essentially have less outs for different game environments to get there. But team level correlation across weeks 1 through 14, sign me up for the Omega stacks. Looking at week 15, even 1 of 14, I'm willing to go to battle with Cowboys and Ravens. Same in week 16, 1 out of 12. I think it's when you get to 667 and over 50% of your roster is concentrated on 2 teams, your outcomes are a little more thin. It's like, I need those 2 games to absolutely nuke for this to probably work out, because 2 of my highest, spend running backs are also on the teams where I had very high investments in quarterbacks and wide receivers. And it's just harder for them to all get there without their game going for 35 plus points. But on the flip side, you look at, the team totals and stuff in the playoffs for these guys. And I had my old sheet here. It's like Dallas, their team total, 43.5. We get 52.5, 51.5, 49.5 across those 3 weeks. And then you look at Baltimore, they're lower against Pittsburgh and Cleveland, 15-16, but then Cincy, 51.5. So you can see how that can work out just from those projected environments.
And I guess that Baltimore, that 43.5 Baltimore Cleveland, that might be 40 points for Baltimore and 3.5 for Cleveland there. So I could be okay with that one. I'm guessing that the individual team total for Baltimore is still probably okay in that one. But yeah, less chance of a shootout where Lamar is going to have to drop back and throw the ball a bunch. So
I already know what's going to happen, Sam. We're going to advance out of the pod. We are going to advance out of week 15. And we're going to be in week 16, and it's going to be Baltimore, Cleveland with this team. And Harold Fannin is going to score 2 touchdowns, and Casey Concepcion is going to be out with a hamstring injury. And everyone's going to say, remember when you took Casey Concepcion over Harold Fannin? You'd be going to the Best Ball Mania finals had you not made that catastrophic decision.
Well, what they don't realize is that we also took Dylan Sampson on this team. And
that's right.
All those screens to Casey Concepcion, they're not going to Harold Fannin. They're going to Dylan Sampson for 13.5 PPR point games. So we'll be good there.
Go ahead.
I was curious. You mentioned in the last couple of minutes, Caleb Douglas is a guy you wrote up. I'm curious what you think, because he's a guy I've spent like zero. I couldn't even like really tell you where he went to college or any. I can't tell you anything about him, Pete. So I want to hear. I want to hear your Caleb Douglas.
Older prospect, 3rd round pick. I mean, the take is just there's so much opportunity available there in Miami. I know who Jalen Tolbert is. I know who Malik Washington is. I even know who Greg Dulcich is. But like, if we get a mystery box rookie who is, contributing right away, like the path is right there for Caleb Douglas. So I think the combination of early season opportunity, where it's like a lot of these guys we're talking about, they do still have to climb the depth chart. They can flash in preseason, but to be like consistent target earners, even in Baltimore's system, like you're going to have to prove yourself over multiple weeks. Like Caleb Douglas could just hit the ground running in 2 wide receiver sets, 3 wide receiver sets with the Dolphins. So I don't know. It's just like if Malik Willis is good and this offense is slightly better than we all think it's going to be, like Caleb Douglas could easily be an important part and be fantasy relevant. And I just like the price. Like he's cheap. Yeah. I've been looking for another option to stack with Malik Willis other than Dulcich late, and he feels like he kind of fits that bill.
Yep. I like that. I took him, I think, in the 18th round today for the first time. I'd actually been mixing in Chris Bell early in May.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I saw this comment too. Don't sleep on Tutu.
I'm gonna sleep on Tutu and I'm gonna sleep soundly.
Every time you think you've covered everyone in the Miami Dolphins receiver core, someone reminds you oh, Jalen Reagor's on the team, or Terrace Marshall is there. There's always some other guy that's around there. It's an absurd wide receiver room.
Yeah, I like that. You could list off 8 guys, and now I'm pulling it up. Here you go. And someone would be like, bro, you're going to continue to sleep on AJ Henning?
Yeah.
Okay, here are the wide receivers. Let me actually just get this pulled up because I want to there's some names here I had no clue were even on the Dolphins, including Terrace Marshall.
Yeah, that's a throwback.
Look at this. So you have Malik Washington. So according to the official depth chart, you have Malik Washington, Jalen Tolbert, and Tutu Atwell. I'm sorry for sleeping on Tutu Atwell. You have
starter. He's a starter.
He's a starter. You have Caleb Douglas, Chris Bell, Kevin Coleman Jr., Theo Weiss Jr., which sounds like a player you would use in a tweet as a punchline to compare to T. Higgins, Taj Washington, Jalen Reagor, Donovan Edwards, Terrace Marshall Jr., and AJ Henning. Oh, and don't forget Donovan McCulley.
Don't forget him. The only reason I remember Theo Weiss Jr. is because I don't know if you know the underdog. Well, it's not the Underdog Football Show, but anyways, Underdog Football Show last year. The producer for the show, his name is Weaves, and
yes,
Hayden and Josh were doing a bit where it was Jalen Waddle was out, Tyreek Hill was out, and they're like, man, I have no idea who was running routes for the Dolphins. And then Josh or Hayden was like, I think Weaves might be out there running routes. And then they actually checked the name of the wide receiver, and it was Theo Weiss. And we're like, yeah, it actually was producer Weaves out there running routes to the Dolphins. But yeah, it's a hilarious group of names. Tutu is he's just fun to watch on the field because of how small he is. So I'm hoping, I'm not drafting him at all, but I'd like to see him out there a little.
Did you just get Tutu pilled in the last 2.5 minutes?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
There you go. So that concludes this roundup of the the Dolphins depth chart. Sam, any other thoughts here? I believe you told me you're going to be out next week, right?
Yeah, I'm out next week. Got a work conflict, so I think I'll probably miss both this show and That's Fair next week, but I'll be on That's Fair Legendary Upside channel on Thursday of this week. And then more content announcements, I think, to come from there. Some more guest shows. I don't know. You haven't done your main event.
No, I just did it today, and I was actually going to pull that up right now.
Got it. Okay, yeah, exactly. That's what I want to talk about. So go ahead.
Yeah. So Sam will be joining Davis and Pat on September 3rd for a main event draft stream. This will be on the Ship Chasing channel. And of course, the theme is the OG ADP chasing crew, Sam, Pat, and Davis. So make sure you guys are tuned in for that. I do have the full schedule up here on the screen. I rounded it up earlier. You can find it on Twitter, Ship Chasing Discord, Ship Chasing YouTube, all that stuff. But we have a bunch of drafts here. Are you excited to be in the managed streets with Davis and Pat this year?
I'm excited. I feel like we do need to come up with some kind of rules of how we're going to draft players, because I could see quite a lot of disagreement between the three of us. If it's anything like the show ADP chasing was back in the day, there's going to be lots of arguing, lots of yelling. But I'm excited. It should be fun. I still haven't transitioned much to manage and how to think about that this year. I need to start doing that soon, but that'll be fun.
All right, Sam, we're going to let you go. We are going to bring Pat on, and Sam, we'll see you in 2 weeks. And it is now time to bring on a man who I will not forget his introduction this time because my producer reminded me. Let's do it.
Scuba Kerrane, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the ones and twos.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
All right, back in the saddle after your 1 week off. Both of us went to the ship chasing meetup, but only one of us was able to show up for work last Monday. Welcome back to Best Ball Breakfast.
Yeah, I flew out Monday morning. So push back legendary coach speak, did not attend Best Ball Breakfast, but happy to be back. Happy to hear that I'm going to be shouting at Sam to close this summer. I thought, maybe his answer there would be like, well, it's been a few years since we did ADP chasing. We've kind of all grown. Like, no, we're going to shout. We're going to shout each other down until the clock runs out.
Yes, that one will be good. We got the full schedule up here, including Wednesday, as in 2 days. That's August 12th, 2 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be drafting a main event team with Ron Stewart. This is now becoming one of our annual traditions on the channel, drafting a main with Ron. There's still spots available. So if you guys want to draft a high stakes team over on the FFPC, you can head to the lobby. You can't miss it. It even says ship chasing live stream next to it. And you guys can come.
A daytime main event is a treat, and this is how you do it. Jump in.
A matinee, if you will.
Matinee main.
Yes. And you can come take Luther Burden from us in the same way. Pat, I had this, I've been all morning. I'm like, these guys will not give us a Luther Burden discount, yada, yada. I'll show you the board here. We're drafting. I'm drafting with Sam and I'm like, oh my God, they're finally letting Luther Burden fall. I'm looking at the 4th round. He's going to fall to the 5th. And the chat goes, or maybe was this hang on. Sorry. This is my old board. Let me pull this up. Here we go. And the chat goes, Peter, look at pick 37. And I had not even noticed that Luther Burden already went at 37. I was like, this is finally the draft to get a Luther Burden discount. And he was gone at the 3-4 turn.
I have like a mid-5th share Luther Burden. The funny thing is I'm in eliminator slows, and if you want a discount, he is falling in the eliminator. Yes. But of course he is, because he might miss week 1. So I haven't seen a ton of discounted BBM shares so far, but I'd be into it. I've been doing the 5th. I did take a Colston Loveland at the end of the 4th this morning. Yeah. I assume he'll be going up, so.
You would think. I also, man, I've been having my first draft this morning. I took McBride mid-3rd, got distracted with the chat, and I autoed Colston Loveland. And yet, once I looked at it, I started to kind of talk my. This is someone else did the same thing. Then they did a McBride Loveland, and you're like, yeah, it's not that bad. Well, this wasn't mine. So.
No, I was just confused by the username. I'm like, what happened here?
Yeah, exactly. So, I'm pretty into trying to get some cheaper Burden if I can, but these slaps, they won't really let me do it. All right, underdog.
Yeah, the hype train was too loud. I think it'll have to be him not being out there for a while, which he won't be.
Yeah.
And then I think maybe, maybe we can get underdog to put the Q tag on. Can we get a Q tag? If we had a Q tag, I think that would help too. People come in, they haven't been drafting a ton. Q tag.
Exactly. All right. I feel like I'm now having a sticky situation here, Pat, because I just tried to register for a BBM draft across 3 devices, Chrome, Firefox, and my phone. And I'm now getting location errors on every single one of these. So I will continue to try to troubleshoot this. Sometimes
meantime, if I just tell it, oh, you know what the one trick is?
What?
Go to deposit.
For
real? No, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Go to deposit. I've had that sometimes help because it's.
And then you want me to deposit money?
No, you don't have to deposit. But like the location check on the deposit seems to be a little more robust.
That's incredible. Yeah, it was funny because I had an error when I came back from Austin. I was having some location errors, and then like on my phone with it, and then I had to delete and reinstall, and I finally got it to work. But now, right now, brother, I do not have a VPN on.
I'm surprised it's the deposit king. I have to tell you this.
I tried your deposit trick. You're saying, does that work on desktop too, or just mobile?
I've had that help.
Okay. All right, you're
other
right,
thing
dude. The deposit
Yep.
trick just worked.
Yeah, it works.
The deposit tricks work. All right, you heard it here first. If you guys get location errors, fake out underdog being like, "Let me in. I promise to give you money.
I need to deposit." And then they're like, "Okay, all right, you're where you're supposed to be."
Sorry, I wasn't able to tip people off when I entered because I was not even able to tip myself off. I'll get this pulled up on Firefox now, Pat. We have the 102 here. Congrats to us. But yeah, what else have you been thinking about? We've had a lot of news kind of over the weekend, buzzy rookies, injuries, all that jazz.
Yeah, a bunch of we are in the heart of, stuff, getting like real stuff. I've got a long list of things we're gonna be talking about with Greg Branos on my stream with him. And it's funny because it just shifts from like, we'll talk about kind of the same things we're always talking about to like Pat Bryant's now like a big topic of conversation. He's Patty Ice now. The guy became Patty Ice over the last couple of weeks. That seems pretty bullish. There's lots of like legit movement. And then of course we are getting the injuries, which is always a bummer and shifts things around. What the Lions center just got hurt this morning, I think. So there's like some non-direct stuff that we got to parse, and
Tunsil,
of course
too.
Oh, Tunsil, yeah, it's a big one. And then stuff like Burden, obviously, where we have the guys we were drafting getting banged up, avoiding a major injury, thankfully. But yeah, it's been wild.
Yes. Here, let's make this pick. I assume
Bijan,
you
yeah.
are still Bijan here. Let's do it.
For sure.
On the Burden stuff, I know you guys were already maybe just slightly behind market on him. Where did you move him in the ranks much because of this?
Not a ton yet. We're going to revisit it today. We do a big review on Mondays, so we'll revisit what we have. As of now, we basically did some preliminary stuff with just potentially he misses time, but he's not likely to miss a lot of time, but he's not a lock now to play week 1. So we have that in there to reflect that. But yeah, we haven't really shifted a ton on like what we expect him to do when he's on the field, and we might not, but it's definitely something we'll review just to be sure we have everything dialed in.
Yeah, I was talking about it with the chat earlier, and people are doing the thing of like, why are we worried if he's going to be ready for week 1? And I kind of use the Alec Pierce thing as like, not saying it's the same issue, but that idea of like timelines with injuries can like fluctuate, and it just adds in additional risk that I think we have to be conscious of. And the goalposts can move on those timelines in a way that could make taking Luther Burden at 37 post injury news look really, really silly in retrospect, because it wouldn't be absurd, Pat, like to say, oh, maybe Luther Burden is a 5-6 turn pick by the end of draft season based on how stuff shakes out. You don't want to take him 2 rounds earlier if that's the case.
Yeah, and writing up the, I did this series writing up the rookie running backs and wide receivers and the sophomore running backs as well. And as part of that, I dug back through the advance rate data for those groups, going back to 2021 and looking at win rates in 2020 as well. And one of the things that jumps out kind of a macro level is that like the prices really matter. You see like, oh, this guy didn't have a bad season really, but he was like the 8th overall pick and had an absurdly low advance rate, like a 9% advance rate, and then a guy scores like, that guy scored like 14 points per game. A guy scores 12 points per game. He's in the 6th round. He smashes, It's like if you're like Luther Burden going in the 5th versus going essentially in the 3rd, at the 3-4 turn. It's like a pretty big difference as far as what you need. So I do think it matters to dial this stuff in correctly. And like, he's not a lock now to play week 1. You always have re-injury risk with this type of stuff. But you also have the potential for it to linger, as you're saying. So yeah, you do, I think, want a bit of a discount. That said, I think in the 5th, he's probably fine. It's less that I was hoping, because sometimes this happens, like where we end up becoming the people who scoop him when people overreact to the injury. But it doesn't seem like that's happened so far. people are holding steady.
We get a slight London fall here. How do you like the London and Bijan teammate pairing here?
I don't mind it, especially because it's not like going to be chalky.
No,
it's not super rare, but I've only gotten this a couple times. So
yes.
I mean, I guess it'll probably get more common with neighbors moving up, but I still like it. And then I do like Rice a lot here as the wide receiver too, if you're into that.
Yeah.
Prevents naked Mahomes. So
yes. Hey God, you guys are killing me in the chat. Luther Burden walking around at practice today. He is fine. Guys, you can walk with a groin injury. He's not paralyzed. This has nothing to do. Do you think the team was lying when they said he's going to be out a month? He's not in a wheelchair. He's not in a walking boot. He has a groin injury. I would not say walking around means you are fine. Yes, it's smiling. You're okay. Pat, I take it all back. We can go back to drafting Luther Burden at pick 37 because he was smiling today.
I do. This type of reaction does make me feel like a little bit better that like he was probably a little overpriced to begin with. You know, it's like if man can't even get hurt, you know,
he's invincible.
He's invincible.
Oh my goodness. What was I going to say? There was another thing I was going to bring up and now I'm forgetting it because people distracted me with Luther Burden is smiling. So I'm allowed to take him. You guys are unreal today. I'm walking my dog and smiling. Don't draft me.
I'm going to be, I'm close to issuing a new ruling on this, another Marvin Harrison style ruling, which would be anyone who puts these comments in has to take Luther Burden somewhere immediately. No matter if you're on the clock in a slow draft, you have to immediately take Luther Burden in the first draft he's available.
Yes.
If you're saying you have to draft him because he's smiling, then you have to draft him whenever you're on the clock.
I'm waiting for our first ever tweet that's a combo X player carted off practice, but was seen smiling as he waved to everyone. Okay, this is what I was going to ask you about Burden. The real question right now, straight up, has nothing to do with what you've done with your team so far. Burden or JMO?
I'd be Burden.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I probably would be in that. I'll take this opportunity to get some cheap Burden in that range that I haven't been able to get. But like Sam and I just got JMO at pick 57 in the draft we just did. And
yeah, that's nice.
Like a screaming bargain there.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I was hoping would happen is that like instead of deciding between, you know, Burden and a falling Garrett Wilson or Jalen Waddle or Tyrone McMillan, we've had that report. That's a report we've already gotten. Who was that? Was that Loveland? Who got hit by the car? And it was
someone got hit by a car?
Yeah, someone got hit by a car in Europe. I'm blanking now.
Oh God, I don't even remember this.
No, it was that they literally like got up and were like, "Let's go." It's very bullish. It might have been Loveland. It was some tight end.
We're gonna see if we can FUD. Okay, there he goes. Burden goes 410.
Eric All. Eric All. See, I'm thinking of the whole chat's literally just
it's Eric All. Okay.
See, but in my mind, he became Colston Loveland. That's how bullish that is.
Yeah. Are you good with Montgomery here? You want to do something
I'm great
else?
with Montgomery. Yeah.
Let's do it.
And then Evans, I would like if he'd come back. It's interesting that Swift jumps him. So, because I was thinking maybe we try to push Evans or push Monty, but because this guy's 2 running backs. But
so we go Bijan, Montgomery, London, Rashi, Rice here. JMO does go at 412, so we'll be looking at Swift or Evans here. McLaurin, the slight ADP faller. Would you IKB Evans over Swift here if they're both here?
I probably would just take Swift, but I mean, I think Evans is a good pick there too. Yeah, I'm good with Swift. I haven't been drafting a ton of Swift, but it's not like one of those players I want to be completely out on. Like he's definitely, you know, like with Swift, he's been kind of a disappointing player to me in certain ways, but he certainly took advantage of the opportunity last year. Monunga is not anything special. The offense is going to be good. So I do want to have, some exposure to Swift.
Yeah.
He's just not like a big priority to me compared to some of the other guys there. I mean, I was taking Tootin a lot over him. Tootin went at the 408 here. And then I like some of the other running backs better in this general range, including Montgomery. But it's like one of those things where if it makes sense to grab him, I kind of want to do it because I'm a little bit underweight. Where are you at on Swift?
Yeah, I think I had just seen when we took him, I was at like 9%. So
yeah,
just about there. I mean, Levitan had mentioned it too, that Monangai, isn't he a little dinged up right now?
He's a bit dinged up. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those bets where it's, again, I don't think anyone is dreaming on like some, post hype breakout on DeAndre Swift where we're taking him in round 2 next year, but just having access to this offense and the lead back for as long as I had kind of compared it to Adam with like Evans in the way of like, if this person stays healthy with his role in the offense, like he's gonna pay off his cost. Like it's just, everyone's a little spooked about the health. I mean, I guess the counter would be, do you think there are scenarios where Monangai does take away more of the workload just through, pure play? Or do you think that would only happen? Okay.
I do. I think that Swift last year was like he was quite a bit more consistent than he has been. One guy smiling at practice. It's a happy day in Chicago. Swift has been so inconsistent at points in his career that he's gotten himself benched. Like he got himself benched by Ben Johnson for like Justin Jackson and who, like, it wasn't even Jamal Williams. It was like other kind of random guys were playing because he just like wasn't delivering. I think he's probably figured that stuff out because he was, much, much more consistent last year. But I don't know. You got, he's getting older and stuff too. So there is a little bit of concern. Like we have seen a pretty low floor with DeAndre Swift from like a reliability down to down, kind of just being like a home run hitter at the expense of getting what he's supposed to do on a given play. He's 27 now, like maybe he loses like a little juice. And Monangai's like whole thing is he's just going to get what is blocked. Like he's just, he's going to be ultra, ultra reliable. So I don't think it's very likely that Monangai really pushes him like that. But you do have a second year back and a veteran who's had, an up and down career. So there's some fragility to that, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the other thing, though, that it is at least nice about the Lions backfield is it should be heavily concentrated to those two. I know occasionally people will remind you that Roschon Johnson still exists, but if it's just those two, they can both pay that off if it stays concentrated.
For sure.
All right, we're about to pick at 6'11", looking at 3 wide receivers here. Marvin Harrison comes off the board. So we have Lemon, Hurts, Metcalf, Pollard, Ramondre at the top of the kick.
Let's grab Hurts. I think Lemon comes back.
Yeah. With the injury, him sliding a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call there. Would you have wanted to do Harrison over Hurts if he was still there?
Yeah, and can you I just want to write down that username because I just want to check to see if they've said any bad things about Harrison.
Yeah,
if so, this draft's going to get thrown out.
Yes. Yes. He's taken Marvin Harrison and Trey McBride. So,
okay.
There you go.
All right. So probably not. He's probably in on the Cardinals. So, all right, good. This draft will stand.
So on the Lemon stuff too, I guess, he's a little dinged up right now, but is there anything as far as wanting to get more of a discount on him? Obviously, when you have Hurts, like there's no chance he's coming back. So it's now or never.
No, I think we should take Lemon here. I just think that if you're sitting there at the one hole and Hurts is there, you want the quarterback. Naked Hurts is fine. You don't have part of the play is like the tush push. So I just think that Lemon with the later ADP and being a bit banged up and us being like a lot higher on him than market. If we wanted the Hurts Lemon stack, which I did, then taking Hurts first is the way to get it.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's a weird thing just with the pricing of it where it's like, if you do want the Hurts Lemon, like you just have to do it there. There's no other way to pull that off. How much of his ADP do you think is because of the hurt stack in that draft are often grabbing him versus where he would settle if, I don't know, he had a later round quarterback or whatever.
I think it maybe helped for a bit, but Lemon's ADP is now like more mid-7th than Hurts's. They're starting to separate a little bit, right? Because people don't tend to reach for Hurts in the mid-6th because you have so many other options there. Like Daniels is there a lot, May, Burrow. So, yeah. I don't know. I think Lemon, by the way, this is the most expensive site for Lemon. He's cheaper everywhere else. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to know if that's really doing a ton. I guess it's doing a little bit because we just did it, and I certainly have done it in other drafts. But
you also have, like, in this range, you then go from Lemon to QJ, Reed, Downs, Sutton. This has now become like this flat tier of where you have the buzzy guys like Reed and Downs who get jumped up. You have people eating their vegetables with Metcalf and Sutton and Godwin. It feels, again, Lemon is kind of this weird tweener of like, do you have him in the like Tyson, Tate, the uber talented prospects who have flopped, Thomas Harrison, or do you have him more as this kind of more flyer territory with the Reed Downs? He's like this weird kind of tweener between those two tiers.
Yeah, and for me as a prospect, he's firmly in the first group.
Yeah.
And I know he's got this hammy now, but it sounds like very much like, to me, the way they're talking about it is like an organization that understands like how hamstrings work, and they don't want to get this guy out there as soon as they can to like make sure he's like not, like, well, it's important to be out there in the football field doing this. It's like he's got a hammy. Yeah. We don't want him to re-injure it. We're targeting week 1. That's what's important. So it's not ideal, but it's not something I've been, super, super concerned about. But also, I'm not even sure how much that is relating to the price, because the price has just it's been very cheap on him the whole way. I think some of it's like the Eagles were gross last year. The Eagles were really boring last year. Bad vibes, on the Eagles. I think that's got to be part of it. Mahomes with Rice here is pretty nice.
Mahomes, easy click here. So we have Hurts to Lemon, Mahomes to Rice, and then we can probably pull up Worthy here. Also starting to see Diggs in this range, ADP 103, but him looking like a good pick as well.
Yeah, I wonder, the Diggs Daniels is now going to be, I wonder if he moves up in kind of to the 8th, where people just know, hey, 6th round Daniels, 8th round Diggs. I wonder if that starts to become a thing.
Worthy here, right? I don't see anything.
Yeah,
else
I mean, this one's kind of building itself.
Yes.
We're in a good spot here.
Yeah, I guess Daniels went in the middle of the 6th here. I mean, that's right in line with Diggs' ADP now, 103. And if anything, it's like, I think there's still room to run on Diggs' ADP. He could go up another round pretty easily.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I wonder if in, a week or so, this Brooks pick, although, certainly 8th round Brooks is fun, but I wonder if basically in that spot, you'd see Diggs to get the stack and not chance it.
Yeah. I think we're probably heading there.
Yeah.
So here's the squad so far. We started out with the 2 Falcons there, Bijan and Drake.
Y'all shut up about Diggs. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, people
don't I know 964 people are watching right now, but I think everybody knows about Stephon Diggs at the Commanders. No,
because he did it. It's his draft. He's the guy.
So
it's like, you bastards.
My producer, Mark, just noticed something that I did completely on accident. I went to update it to say Best Ball Mania Draft 112 with Pat Kerrane. And because we were talking about Luther Burden, my brain typed Luther Burden in here.
Oh, like I'm the guest? Or like Luther's the guest? That's hilarious.
That was not intentional, and yet it's going to stay up there the rest of the show.
That's so good.
I guess I could just adjust it. Best Ball Mania Draft 112 with one of Luther Burden's biggest haters, Pat Kerrane. There you go.
I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater.
No, just compared to Davis, you're like a generational hater, but compared to Davis, every one of us is a generational Luther Burden hater.
I know, man. Well, did you see he was tweeting about Luther Burden this weekend. He's just, do not draft Luther Burden. He's like doing.
Well, did you see my tweet? I said, if this Burden injury does end up being serious, I'm ready to fast track Maddox's inevitable induction into the Best Ball Mush Hall of Fame. Just like, I mean,
First ballot Hall of Famer.
First ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, with this dude's powers, Terrence Ferguson's getting hit by a car like this week. I mean, that's the Davis Maddox.
Well, the thing with Terrence Ferguson is I think we can get there with him being completely healthy this year.
just a straight mush.
It's a straight mush.
We don't need any
we don't need any
intervention.
injuries on that one.
All right. Here we go. All right. So we get the Mahomes. We've come a long way from the naked Mahomes to Mahomes double stacks here. We get Hurts and Lemon, and we're about to pick at 119 here. Rachaad White now starting to dip a little bit with the Bill enthusiasm.
Yeah. Which I'm into. And then what's this dude? The guy at the one hole doesn't have a tight end. So Kelsey would be White goes anyway. So
yeah,
I'd probably be Kelsey here, assuming he makes it.
Triple stack there. Yeah, he has 4 running backs.
Yeah, Kittle goes.
The only thought, is Aaron Jones kind of the in. No, I think C-Rod, Keaton Mitchell have a little life.
Yeah.
Let's grab Kelsey.
He's got 4 running backs, 1 quarterback.
This is the spot that when I've been using the kick in some of my eliminator slows that I've just been IKBing off of the Kyler stuff, especially in this build with like Hurts and Mahomes.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, he's almost 20 picks past ADP, and adds points.
8 picks. 8 picks.
Did I? Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, I was looking at the.
I would vote for Jones here.
Sure, I'm down with Jones.
Yeah, like, I mean, talk through obviously the Kyler stuff. I get the upside, but on a 2 quarterback team and with. I was talking with Levitan and now just having to price in some of the uncertainty that he's starting in the playoffs. If things go south for them, that really does seem to be kind of like the takeaway for they're going to take a look at McCarthy if the team isn't in the playoff hunt. Why the bullishness on Kyler still?
Well, what we're hearing out of camp is that like people are coming in and they're like, McCarthy hasn't done really anything near what he would need to do to win this job. And so I think with Kyler, you have a guy who's been someone that we've drafted in the 5th and 6th round on not very good teams, with some weapons, but not like, kind of Cliff Kingsbury offenses, right? He has the potential to score just at a level that you rarely find in the 11th round, right? So
yeah.
That's really it. Like he's got Justin Jefferson, he's got Jordan Addison, he's got Kevin O'Connell. He's mobile. I think he'll have the ability to hit big plays. This is a team that really until last year has had a tilt to the pass in terms of pass rate over expected. They're not like kind of hide the ball and create efficient offense in the way that the Packers and the 49ers, even the Bears, have been. This is more like we are going to emphasize the passing game. So you have the potential for like pretty good volume, very good efficiency, and the weapons kind of elevating a quarterback who has some real flaws. Like Kyler definitely has real flaws. He got benched last year, but he also has a very fantasy friendly profile, and I think the potential to be elevated by the situation in a pretty big way. So there's some risk, but. You could see like in a build like this, Hurts and Mahomes probably are going to be who you're leaning on the playoffs, but maybe Murray, is like one of these advance rate monsters in the 11th round.
Yeah, and he goes 124 here to the Addison team. I
also don't think he gets benched. I would bet, but we do have some bench risk in. But like personally, I'm not. Super fearful about that. It's definitely a possibility and with something we're accounting for, but
yeah. It seems, yeah, I guess it was more just on this team having the two quarterbacks there and feeling like a running back, especially like so you have Keaton Mitchell and C-Rod and Jones, and then you're quickly to like Tracy territory. I just like the idea of getting that fourth running back there, especially knowing like we know how the kick directs you at this portion where it's kind of like the running backs you got, like this is what you're going to have. Maybe you sprinkle in a MarShawn Lloyd, somebody late, but it feels like we could have really disliked any of the running backs beyond those top three there. There's also a ton of quarterback value in these drafts too, as you see here. Jones, Hunter, Stroud, Darnold, Willis, all still on the board.
Yeah, so you're right about the running backs in this range for sure. Go ahead.
I was going to say, should we grab Hunter here and then we can figure out if we want to do a quarterback thing?
Sure. Yeah, I also think like we are starting to find a little bit more value later in running backs, like some of the late running backs we are starting to like.
Do you have a preference with any of these tight ends here?
I'm good with any of these guys.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar exposure on all of them. We'll do top click here with Strange since we took Hunter, and I guess the Chig price is still settling a little bit post Diggs news.
I think so, yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying though?
It is interesting to me that Aaron Jones, who's a guy that we've been high on in a way that's like feels at times like, really? Okay. I get it. Like I've checked Aaron Jones's stuff a bunch of times because it's like, it's obviously not the most fun click, but he's cheap. He sort of represents the last of like where you don't need an injury or anything. This guy definitely has like, a reasonable role, potentially a pretty good role. But he's really old. But it's interesting to me that we didn't see him as the top recommendation there. And I think it might be a little bit because we're starting to have some guys bubble up at the end of the draft. Like MarShawn Lloyd is a good example. Like I think we're pretty into MarShawn Lloyd now. Jaden Blue a little bit, some of these guys. But I would say primarily Lloyd's probably the biggest of them, but just like enough guys where we're like a little bit more into we were.
Yeah.
That it's just intriguing to me that that Murray and then Jones, right, where we're like, hey, get the value here is actually in just adding a third quarterback if you have like kind of a luxury pick element. And then we'll figure out the running back later. But I think that's partly related to us liking some later running backs a bit more.
Yeah, and the only thing about that, or at least what's been happening in these morning drafts, is we're now just seeing so many of these guys get pushed up. Like, whereas I wouldn't even be surprised if those guys are gone by the time we pick next, just as they become, because I think people are starting to feel it where they look at the available running backs late and nobody, you look at the Niners running backs, you look at Emmett Johnson, all those usual suspects that are there. People are like, fuck, I better get my MarShawn Lloyd now.
Right.
Because I'm not going to like anything in the 18th.
Right. One thing with the third quarterback stuff too, is that I do think there's kind of an element that we talk about when we get to the end of a draft, like that you have a luxury pick.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's like this 17th round, like this pick's kind of a luxury pick. I think that kind of happens earlier in the draft than, like when you kind of have things a bit more mapped out, you end up in these spots where like Kyler or Daniel Jones is sort of a luxury pick. Like you don't need the third quarterback there, but this is a value add. And you're in position where you can take advantage of it.
That is a really good point where it's like sometimes, front loading your luxury pick, knowing like, okay, I'm just going to throw a dart on a random rookie wide receiver because that's all that they're knowing. I wish I could have spent that earlier. I buy that. All right, let's see here. People talking about could Najee sign with Detroit? Did you see the Pacheco? I believe it's an MCL he has now. Oof. So he looks like a rough selection here. I would not
he's been a rough selection. To be honest.
He has. Speak of the devil, we do have like Lloyd and Jaden Blue up here. We could also grab our third tight end now if we want to do the Schultz thing.
Let's grab Schultz. He's not coming back for sure. This guy has Stroud and one tight end.
So look at Pat coming after Big Sploosh's tight end stack, hiding with the cover of the top click, not a malicious targeted attack. Copy paste Lade says Ricky Pearsall still going basically every time on DK. All right, there you go.
Wow.
The game is still beatable. Let's see here. Obviously the kick likes Lloyd here. Yeah, both Lloyd and Blue look good here. Wow, yeah, we're getting some spicy selections up here as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd be Lloyd for sure if he makes it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I do think, I forget who was talking. Maybe it was you guys on ADP chasing about the Lloyd and Blue thing. And I do agree that Blue is probably a better bet for some standalone value, and Lloyd is like a way better bet for just like league smashing contingent upside. Like he could get the 20 plus touches in the event of a Jacobs injury.
Yeah. The thing with Lloyd, and I'm wondering, I don't think I'm going to, like, this is like one of those things where like, I think eventually I'll convince people, but it probably won't be today. But there's something with Lloyd where, because he's burned us so many times with these injuries, we're like not allowed to think about what he could be and like what he is compared to the like just absolute nothing they've had behind Josh Jacobs over the years. Like, this dude is like explosive. He's 220 pounds. So it's getting to the point where, he got all the reps with the ones when, Brooks was hurt and Jacobs is dinged up. So like, of course he did kind of, but also we've not been able to see this guy really play football, even in a practice setting, almost since he's been drafted. And he's this like really explosive, like 52% breakaway percentage in college, like elite stuff. He's 220 pounds. So, he comps to like Pierre Strong and stuff. Like there's some downside to this kind of profile, but like, I'm just starting to like think about like, could he actually push, Josh Jacobs a little bit, who's like, I think 29 now. He's like, he comps to Kendre Miller, Isaac Arendo is a pretty close comp. So like, he's not like the most exciting prospect, but he's big and fast and was awesome as a breakaway runner. So he does a thing very well, and he's big enough for that thing to carry over into the NFL and him to get carries. And so it's more like, I'm kind of wondering maybe if there is the potential for some standalone value, maybe in an AJ Dillon kind of way. He's not like that bruiser like Dillon was, but like in the same, a guy who can get on the field and run the ball a bit, kind of Blake Coramy. Like, I don't think it's going to be Jaden Blue style standalone value where he's catching the ball.
Right.
He's not there for that. And I think ultimately Jacobs is probably pretty safe to keep that. So, and I don't think like Chris Brooks is going to steal that from him. So it's not such a Jacobs bear case, but more like maybe he can have standalone value, MarShawn Lloyd. Like maybe he can carve out a little niche for himself in the offense. Because look, Jacobs is not an explosive guy. He's never really been that explosive, and it's certainly not going to get more explosive as he's kind of getting, toward the tail end of the career at this point. So you do have some potential for like, explosive runner standalone value at least. And then the contingent value is really nice. And then you obviously have the potential for Jacobs to miss time with a suspension, so it's not even just an injury that could open up. And the lack of depth chart competition for Jacobs, like that's a nice for Lloyd too, if he does get starts.
Was hoping Wicks was going to come back to us.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. But Jeremy, a guy we're both doubling down on, I believe, per our episode of Ship Chasing, pop in here.
Let's do it.
Jeremy and Bernard, come on down. Yeah, no, I'm with you on Lloyd. I think even that last point too of just like there's still small outs that the Jacob stuff goes south, at which case you're getting such an uber smash there with Lloyd. And I also like, what does the team tell us with their actions? Like not drafting anyone, not bringing anyone in free agency, the constant drumbeat of Lloyd being healthy, turned around, kind of his approach with rehab and the trainer and all that stuff. Like it's all very clearly pointing to a lot of confidence in MarShawn Lloyd.
Yeah, 100%. And Otten going is like legitimately kind of a bummer.
Why? Because can we select Ted Hurst instead of Jerry Jeudy?
Sure.
All right, let's have a little fun today.
I like Ted Hurst.
Yeah,
Notice Jacoby Lane did not come back, so it felt a little frothy, but he didn't get back.
He is an absolute rocket ship as far as ADP, 182 here. I mean, there's not a ton of resistance. Like anybody, you see Zachariah Branch goes at 164 in this draft. Like anyone can move up into this round 13, round 14 range. Like Jalen Naylor is stopping no one from flipping him at the wide receiver position.
Yeah, exactly. Did you see someone tried to mog me on Jacoby Lane?
What did they say?
He tagged Davis and then said, "What do you think of my 74% Jacoby Lane?"
I did see this.
Glad I trusted myself more than Pat Kerrane on this one. And then I just responded because I have like $4,700 of Jacoby Lane on DraftKings. I was like, I'm drafting Jacoby Lane, man. And I've written about it. I've like been quite open about how I'm drafting him. I try not to, it tilted me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny though, because like even I'm excited about Jacoby Lane. I think everybody is right now, but there still is this element, and I was mentioning it to Levitan. Like all of these guys who are buzzy right now, Ted Hurst, Jacoby Lane, Denzel Boston, even they're the big bodied dudes who do the things in shorts and against practice squad level players that look cool to reporters, like the contested catch, the guys who can jump out of the building, where a lot of the things that become important, the mental stuff, the ability to run the routes, to, be able to, kind of adjust to the NFL game, that stuff doesn't translate quite as well for a beat reporter who says this is the best training camp I've seen in 27 years. So I don't know. I think it is worth both being excited, but taking it with a grain of salt in some of these cases.
Yeah, I think with Lane, like I've been a little bit, it's a murky situation in that you have the potential for one of these guys to be the clear wide receiver 3 in Baltimore, but it was unclear who. And I did like Surratt better, which is what he was referencing, I assume. Yeah. He actually did say, he said, I got mogged, respect. This was based on one thing you said on like draft day. So
and he said thinking about that take every time at a draft. I know Pat said he liked Surratt on draft day, but I'm clicking Jacoby Lane.
So I mean, especially initially, and I wrote up, a couple months ago now, being like, hey, I've got like 8% Surratt and 1% Lane. That's dumb. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to make sure that that's not how this ends, because that would be a really stupid way for me to play this, because they're kind of the same bet. So yeah, I did like Surratt more, but part of it is like I didn't kind of a little bit of hold your fire, like don't go crazy on either guy until we started to get a sense of who was more likely to win the job. And we have gotten the sense that Lane's more likely. Plus, Lane's been cheaper, so he's actually been easier for, like when I was like, hey, I probably get more Lane. That was very easy for me to do because he's cheaper than Surratt. And so I was able to correct that, without much effort. But yeah, now that Lane does look like, I mean, I would say that it's translating to him looking like he's going to be the week 1 starter in 11. We've raised him on that. Like, you're right that it's not maybe in real NFL games, his skill set's not going to look quite as outstanding because he's not the best separator. But are you able to stomach a Kolar share or not?
I have more of him in Eliminator. Yeah, Kolar or Vele, you pick.
I'd be Kolar.
There you go. The bit lives on. Charlie Kolar, tight end 4. By the way, that just reminded me, had a really awesome After Dark with Shady advice on, I think it was Thursday. We talked about a lot of stuff with the Sims, best ball, even the state of DFS. So if you guys are YouTube members, the best ball value house here, check that out. People really enjoyed that episode. And we even talked about Charlie Kolar, who is our final pick here. We end up, Pat, with a 2-5-7-4, Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes. We have the 5 running backs, Bijan, David Montgomery, DeAndre Swift, Aaron Jones, MarShawn Lloyd. We get to 7 wide receivers here, London, Rashee Rice, Lemon, Worthy, Hunter, Bernard, Ted Hurst. Tight ends, Travis Kelce, Brenton Strange, Dalton Schultz, Charlie Kolar. What do you think of this squad?
I like it. I'm happy to be back in 5 running back build season. You know, I've still done plenty of 4, but the 5th running back's always a fun. It's like when there's a guy that makes sense. You know, I am starting to believe in the potential for MarShawn Lloyd to matter, as we talked about. And he's not the only guy down there, but you know, when you have those types of guys, you can tack on, especially late, right? Like not like in the 12th, but you're actually getting like some flyers at running back that aren't like just totally speculative.
Right.
It's fun. It's a fun way to build. And we didn't take the second running back until the late 4th. So it's not like really, we didn't put ourselves into like a hyper fragile structure. Truly, we get the 4 or 5 turn as the running back 2 and 3. Running back 4 is not until 122. So we had a little bit of capital to play with, I think, even on a Bijan team. And it allows us to get, you know, the 2 receivers in round 2 and 3. We got the stacks with Worthy and Lemon and Kelsey. So overall, I think it's a pretty fun squad. We sniped the guy in the 1 hole on Dalton Schultz. Sorry about that. But yeah,
you weren't sorry about it.
Squad.
You said he has CJ Stroud, which means
well, I just knew like we're trying to play to get the guys we want. We got Lloyd, right? That was Schultz and Lloyd, and it's like, hey, we want both. We got Zay Schultz.
How much of for people, because we are now in this period where we're seeing a lot of guys rise. We mentioned the Blue and Lloyd thing. We mentioned the Jacoby Lane. We're going to have a lot of that over the next 3 to 4 weeks. How should people think about that from a price perspective? Because I think all of us who have been drafting for a good chunk of the summer, we get sticker shock, right? We're anchored to the old price that we had to pay. And it's like, oh man, like, I don't want to take MarShawn Lloyd here. I was taking him in the 18th round, like all summer. How do you think about that dynamic of your previous bag's price versus the new price and building the best possible team you can at the moment?
Yeah. I mean, I think especially with those running backs, like you don't want to get too tied to the old price because there's like, hey, this guy would be an interesting pick if we knew that the team trusted him and, you know, he was like, had, you know, the clear path to being he was clearly locked in as the RB2. The team trusts him and he might even have a little bit of a role and he basically has no competition for the RB3 job, right? Like I think all those things are kind of true right now for MarShawn Lloyd. That's like not that different than like Rico Dowdle. You know what I mean? Like it is because Rico's maybe in a committee, but like you get kind of, we're like, what's the difference between this guy and guys going way earlier? And there is a difference. Maybe Kyle Monungai would have been a better comp than Dowdle, but it's like this. It's like we pay up sometimes. In the past, we've paid up for like Zach Charbonnet, AJ Dillon, Alexander Madison. When Dalvin Cook was there, and Alexander Madison would be like an 8th or 9th round pick. We've paid a lot for like the certainty of the handcuff. You know, Blake Corum is probably the comp I was looking for initially with Lloyd. But it's like, yeah, I kind of think he's the RB2, but he's going to have a role, and he's got incredible contingent value. Do I want to draft MarShawn Lloyd next to Blake Corum? Absolutely not. But like, he's a pretty nice pick late, and late doesn't necessarily just mean the 18th, right? It can mean the 15th.
Yeah.
It can mean the 14th. Like, there's some small stuff can shift. Nick Singleton would be a guy I'd kind of throw out there. It's like a guy you might be drafting in the 13th round. You know, if this, like Tyjae Spears has been a little bit banged up. They've been kind of impressed with Singleton. Like, he could rock it up. Like, you just don't need that much to change before these guys are like, oh, he's like a great way to spend $2 in a $200 auction budget type of thing. And before wasn't a great way because I wasn't sure he was going to like make the roster, you know, like, Katron Allen, like, is he the RB4 or is he a healthy scratch or is he going to make the roster? Like, knowing that, or at least like having a lot more confidence in which the answer is, makes those guys such like quite a bit stronger picks than they were before, where you had that floor element really working against you. Seth McGowan is another guy that's going to end up getting drafted.
Yeah, I took him in my first draft.
Yeah.
The chat was getting me on him a bit.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
I think the Pat Bryant thing, the Jacoby Lane thing, there's a limit to how high I want to chase those guys, I think. But, it's more like they're kind of on the stribbling. Like that's sort of, I don't want to go crazy. Like I'm not drafting a ton of stribbling now when I was drafting a lot before. But like the 160s, 170s for that kind of bet is not expensive.
No. Yeah, and the other thing too is a lot of the times the guys you're reaching to take them over, they're now the less sexy things that are sliding. So it's like guys like Calvin Ridley and Cooper Kupp, Pat Freiermuth, whatever your boring late round go-to picks have been, like they're still there for you in the 17th, 18th.
Right.
So it's like, it's like what the opportunity cost, I think, when you are pulling up Jacoby Lane or MarShawn Lloyd, when you really look at it, it's like, okay, this is where people took Isaiah Pacheco and I now have to take MarShawn Lloyd. Like MarShawn Lloyd's an infinitely better bet than Pacheco at this point and was probably a better bet even before. But
the other thing, comment here, there's literally no difference between MarShawn Lloyd and Jonathan Brooks. And Sam Sherman's talked that, I think it's a bad point. But I disagree with that very intensely. But Sam's kind of floated the same thing of what's the difference between Jonathan Brooks and MarShawn Lloyd. I don't think it's a bad thing to think through like that. Like there are some similarities for sure. Chuba's obviously a much more fragile starter, a guy that they openly kind of don't want to be the starter. They prefer it to be Brooks. And I don't think that's the case with Jacobs at all. But there is, and also Lloyd was a much worse prospect, blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of reasons why they're not the same. But I do think that at the very least, that kind of thinking lets you know that a guy like Lloyd, it can kind of be like the horses out of the barn. If he starts to become a popular pick and really starts to rise, which we're already seeing, then you can see players like that really skyrocket to where it's not reasonable. I can't draft this guy ever again. And so that's where I don't want to be nitpicking of the 16th or the 15th for this guy, is that too high? It isn't. But maybe the 11th would be, and he might get there, by the end of this week for all I know.
Yeah. All right, Pat. People want to see my exposure just on Kerrane draft, 75% Mahomes, Bernard, and Kohler. I will say Bernard's across every draft, but yes, a large portion. I mean, Bernard's the one guy that there seems to be kind of unanimous agreement across rankings, provider sites. That's just and you talked about it on Ship Chasing when we were doing our cave fade, double down on exposures. It's just a second round pick at these prices who's only getting cheaper because we're now taking third, fourth, and fifth round wide receivers ahead of him remains a really good bet at the end of drafts.
Yeah. And it's Roman Wilson is the main competition for routes. He is, Stowers is the guy I was taking a pretty good amount of, and I'm not taking any more because he's running with the third team. That's concerning. He's a second round pick, but he's running with the third team. Okay. That doesn't seem great. So I don't think my Stowers bags are dead, but I don't feel great, and I'm not trying to add to them. Bernard, that's not the case. But it's not like Bernard is having some awful camp where he can't get on the field at all. He is running with the one some. He's not fully ahead of Roman Wilson, but I mean, ultimately, we've seen this he can, at these prices, he can pay off by just having a run at the end of the year. It's not, I don't need him. If he is a week one starter, then I'm going to have to kind of caution myself to spend responsibly in September and October. I'm going to be already counting a couple mil, there's it's just a massive, massive win if he's a week one starter. That's not what I'm projecting. And I don't need to project it for Bernard to be a great pick where he goes. He's just really, really cheap for a second round pick that's not having some awful camp and isn't in a, dead last kind of offense.
Let's hit one more that the chat is talking about that just happened. J.K. Dobbins exiting Monday's practice with trainers. Obviously, we don't know what happened, but because people always want to be one step ahead. If this Dobbins stuff isn't good, obviously Harvey becomes even more interesting. And then does Coleman perhaps start to enter the menu? And I realize we have no details, but just a thought experiment.
Coleman's a guy I've been a little bit like I don't. So he's the RB3 there, probably, but it hasn't been like totally clear if he is Coleman the RB3 or the RB4. Because if the RB4, he's probably a healthy scratch. So then he's like a pretty terrible pick where he goes. But if he's the RB3, Jacobs made the case that he might be like a bidet kind of big pass catcher, which would be pretty sweet. And it does seem to be trending more towards that. But he's been so expensive that it's like hard to be like in the same way with Lloyd, where you're just like, okay, green light, let's draft him. Let's just like be pretty aggressive in the 17th round or whatever. You can't do that with Coleman because he goes higher than that. So it's been like tough. Even as I've gotten more bullish on Coleman, it's been tough to get a bunch of exposure. I think we're now going to, at the least, we'll probably get more run from Coleman with the ones and better reports on like what they think about him. But I think he has the potential to really solidify like a role in the offense as the third back, which would make him at least intriguing where he's going. And then obviously, I mean, he's a big back. He can catch the ball. He can play at the goal line. I could see him being the 1A to Dobbins by the end of the year. If not to Dobbins, to Harvey.
Yeah.
If Dobbins were to be like out, if we never saw Dobbins play for the Broncos again, I think Coleman could operate as the 1A to Harvey's 1B ultimately. He has that kind of upside. So if opportunity opens up, I would get aggressive on Coleman for sure.
Yeah, because I think the fun thing, it's almost like both the detriment to Coleman and also what you can dream on is that his skill set, right? He does like, he can do both the pass catching and the running, but he's not as great as Dobbins, probably as an early down runner, and not as good as or dynamic as Harvey, probably in the pass game. And yet, if the spot opens up, he's going to be the dude that's thrust into that role. And you, like you said, you look at McLaughlin, you look at Beatty, like none of those guys are inheriting base work, right? Like it's going to have to be split between Harvey and Coleman, in which case then you give yourself even more outs. Like if this backfield consolidates, and again, we're just spinning out here if Dobbins is out for a while, but Harvey and Coleman as a two-man, like 50-50 backfield, like both of those guys can pay off in a Sean Payton offense if they're not seeing touches to a third back.
100%. And I mean, one thing I'll say with Coleman is that like this, sometimes it's easier to talk about redraft where like I have Coleman ranked ahead of ADP in redraft. And I believe we have him on one of the main events. It's like, the whole thing with Coleman that's been frustrating is like for the downside, I think he's been a little bit expensive, but the upside has never been in question. And he's a perfect guy to take in redraft where if you have to cut him, you cut him. Who cares? So I've been annoyed with Coleman's price because I want to be in on Coleman. And so if I get a chance to now bet on him because opportunity's been opened up with an injury, even if it's like early season, we don't have the details, but even if it's just like, hey, they got to look at him in practice and he's looking really good. He's clearly ahead of Tyler Bidet. Awesome. He's a guy I want to bet on. I think he's sort of a jack of all trades, but the trades are all like super fantasy friendly. Like he catches the ball and is big and is like pretty reliable. So I think he could score a lot of fantasy points if he handed the ball.
All I want to say is everyone panicking about J.K. Dobbins. Let's just wait for the follow-up report and let's find out if he's smiling or not, because that will ultimately tell us whether we should be concerned or not.
We do. I did just check. We have him on one of the main events, the McCaffrey team. I guess the slow team. This is the slow draft team.
Yeah, we have some fun. We'll have to do a little bit of a review on some of those.
We have Deebo there.
We have Deebo. We have some good Diggs shares on one of our two.
I think that's the other one. Yeah, that's the other one. But we got Brooks on this one, the 7th.
Yep. Yeah, we knew that price was on the rise there. I'll put this up on the screen once more. These are all of our high stakes managed league drafts we're going to be doing over on the FFPC for the next 4 weeks. We have them spread out pretty evenly. We'll have a draft the next couple of weeks on Wednesday, and then we'll probably, it looks like it's about 2 a week from there on out. Always a fun time. And make sure if you guys want to get in the mix with us, this draft on Wednesday, 2 p.m. Eastern with Ron Stewart. I know it still has some spots available if you guys want to draft with us. Pat, I know you are heading over to do Coach Speak index here. Anything else you want to mention?
Yeah, we're going to be drafting with Greg Branos over on Legendary Coach Speak on the Leg Up channel. Check it out. Talking through a bunch of the training camp stuff that he's flagged. Obviously Jacoby Lane, but Pat Bryant, a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, check all that out. I got an article up last week on the sophomore running backs that I think it'd be pretty fun for people if you haven't checked it out. Matt Irby is about to drop a really cool piece on wide receivers, focusing on redraft and best ball, that kind of dives into basically upside. He's upside hunting at the wide receiver position. So that article should be out in the next couple of days. I think people will really enjoy that one too. As always, legendaryupside.com/sidekick if you want to check out the sidekick. And we have the kickstand as part of the base subscription now, which offers a lot of the features, the tags, the on the clock notification sound, and the ability to upload custom rankings, as well as use our leg up rankings built into that tool. So yeah, it's all over at Legendary Upside.
Perfect. Real quick rundown of the rest of the stuff for this week. Off and on the clock tomorrow. I got to touch base with John and Nez. I'm thinking some eliminator stuff. We got the big elim, so maybe we hop in there. Swolecast, ADP chasing tomorrow night. Of course, all kinds of ADP movement for those guys to discuss. Wednesday, like I said, I'm going to be doing an extra best ball breakfast every Wednesday from here until the start of the season. So we're going to have cups on. Chad Candles is going to be joining, and I'm trying to reel in Liam Murphy as my other guest. He said he has to check his schedule. So we'll see.
Oh, wow.
He's got to check his schedule for me. So we'll see what he gets back to. Then we'll have that draft with Ron Stewart, Ship Chasing Wednesday. And then we will have the Best Ball Bash and Randomizer on Thursday. Thank you to everybody hanging out in the chat. I think we almost hit 1,000 concurrence here on August 10th, which is absolutely incredible. We'll be here every Monday and Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern. Thank you to Pat. Thank you to Sam. Thank you to Levitan. Thank you to producer Mark. We'll see you guys next time on Best Ball Breakfast.